Muga. President William Ruto has urged political leaders to refrain from making statements that could result in dividing the nation. Speaking at Kimilili, Bungoma County, the president has urged leaders, especially those in government, to stay clear from tribal politics.
Na wauliza viongozi wote, hasa wale tulio na nafasi ya kuongoza serikali, tusianze siasa ya kugawanya watu. Mimi nimekuwa katika hii siasa sasa kwa muda, na naelewa siasa sana, na naelewa hatari ya siasa ya kugawanya watu kwa misingi ya ukabila. Nataka niwasihi, tafadhali, nirudie tena, tafadhali, sisi tulio viongozi tusitembee barabara telezi ya kugawanya wa Kenya kwa misingi ya kabila.
The president has also asked members of parliament to be at the forefront in unifying the country by working closely with other constituencies.
It's not about your constituency. It is about the nation of Kenya. Hiyo kazi ingine mbili ya oversight na kazi hiyo ingine ya legislation inafanywa katika bunge la kitaifa. Na ile bunge is not a village parliament. Sio bunge la kijiji, ni bunge la kitaifa. It's not a village assembly. It is the National Assembly of Kenya. And if you want to understand those two roles, you cannot live in your constituency and understand those other roles. You have to get out of your constituency, go to the next place, understand Kenya, so that as you legislate in parliament, you understand your country.
Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi on his part has said that Kenya is a good symbol of peace and harmony which shouldn't be destroyed by political differences.
Hali ya kuleta watu pamoja, hali ya kuunganisha taifa, ndugu na dada, kwa sababu ya haya mambo, yeye amekuwa mpatanishi. Anapatanisha watu wa South Sudan, ako kwa Sudan, ako kwa DRC. Sasa mimi nataka tu niseme hivi, ikiwa ametambuliwa kuunganisha kila watu, tuepukane na ukabila.
The statements come at a time when political rivalry is being witnessed between leaders from Rift Valley and Mount Kenya regions. Meanwhile, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has dismissed allegations that he is promoting disunity in the country by harmonizing the Mount Kenya community. Speaking in Meru County, Gachagua has said all he is simply doing is ensuring that his region remains united in order to enhance development.
I have seen people of Northeastern meeting to discuss issues that are peculiar to their region, because each region has peculiar issues. I have seen the fruits of unity in Western Kenya by leaders being united. They have negotiated for a waiver of over 100 billion for sugarcane farmers. That is the fruit of being united. Here in this region we are also united, and we have negotiated for the waiver of debts ya wakulima ya kahawa ambayo itakuja kwa cabinet tupitishe. I have seen an argument yesterday, somebody arguing that for call of unity of our region we can be isolated. Why would anybody isolate us of being united? Why?
Gachagua further said that national unity must start at the community level, criticizing those who oppose him for fighting for the unity of the Mount Kenya region.
And this country is made up of regions. Regions are made up of counties. And therefore will cultivate for unity bottom up. Sisi ni bottom up people. Tunaanza huko chini, tunaanza county, tunaunganisha region, tunaunganisha, tunaenda kwa national, tunaunganisha. That will continue doing, because it's important that we do so.
And finally, ODM has threatened to take action against its members who will attend National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula's meeting today. In a task letter to its members in Kakamega, Busia, Bungoma and Vihiga counties, the opposition party instructed the leaders not to be part of the meeting. Wetangula has invited the region's leaders for a meeting at his Kabuchai home a day after the president's 4-day tour to the region that was attended by opposition elected leaders. Party Executive Director Odor Ongwen wrote to all party members, those in those counties, hinting at possible disciplinary action against those who will attend Wetangula's meeting. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kisumu.
Below, you markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. And he must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we may find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. Since I'm not shipping up. You're my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man?
Emmanuel Talamu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they'd been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raised a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
good morning. It is Monday and into the first Monday of the 6th month of the year. What does it look like on these streets? Well, let's take a quick look at what's coming off of most parts of Nairobi today. Actually, very little in terms of traffic. We'll not have an issue, at least not for now. Still early pickings. We're getting into Monday morning. Seeing some movement on the Thika Superhighway. And that's going to end up in traffic as you get then towards the Pangani underpass. Everybody else still yet to wake up this morning, but we'll be here when you do to let you know what's happening on these streets. And how about you also, let us in on what's happening where you are. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Lafiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Happy Monday. How are you doing? Happy June. Ndu? Leo ni 3th.
Leo ni 3th of June.
Way.
Imagine, already the 3th.
Yeah, when we left here, it was still May.
It was May. Now you're back and it is June the 3rd.
Surely.
Somebody tell this Gregory to slow down just a little bit.
Buana. It's moving so fast. Cool down the pace a bit, little woman.
That's a song.
Yeah. I say cool down the pace a bit, little woman. Hey, City.
Yes, please.
Wait, namna gani?
City.
Hello. Kuona.
Looking cool, come and collect it.
I'm looking cool, calm, and collected.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. The cool, calm, I get. The collected bit, what have I collected?
You have put it together in this package.
Joto komfuko.
Nimekusanya vitu nikaziweka mahali pamoja.
You've mixed them, gathered them, ndio zimecollectiwa sasa.
I'm going to take the view that that's a compliment.
But of course.
And that is positive.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how are you two wonderful people?
Please ask Eric how he is.
All right, wonderful person, Eric. How are you?
Mimi? Ukinipatia kakiru siezi.
Bas.
That one.
Kakiru.
Kakiru.
Very good.
Yes.
Ona, kujitetea ni now donut say.
That is why the Bible says, ask and it shall be given unto you.
There you go.
Seek and you shall find. Knock and the door shall be opened unto you.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CT.
Now you can ask me again.
Eric, how are you doing this morning?
Very fine, thank you. How do you do?
Well, how do you do? But in the African way, I'm doing fine, thank you.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you so much, Eric. Nice to see you too. Ndu, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Nice to see you too.
You too, sir.
Greetings.
From?
Yes, my numerous travels. Greetings from the people of Eldoret and the people of Kisumu. Sent many greetings. Wako sawa kabisa. Greetings from our friends from Kenya Pipeline. They said a big hello.
Right.
They wish you were here, sort of like thing.
Right.
Yes, salam mingi sana. And from our colleagues across the media, salam mingi.
Tumesalimika.
Asante sana.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
Very good. Everybody, good morning. Welcome to the Situation Room this first Monday of June. Let me tell you what we shall be discussing today. So we know Kenchik, right? Kenchik, for people who are cuckoo about chicken.
Oh, damn.
Right? Now they've decided even moo. Kenchik, for people who are moo about cows.
Moo.
Yes. So, Kenchik has a new venture. Apparently they've decided, okay, you know what? People actually like beef. You know, there was this whole feeling and idea about, do people really like beef? Are people moving away from beef? Have people been told beef is not healthy for you, so go for red meat versus white meat, go for white meat. But no. People have actually
embraced beef.
Yes. And Kenchik have decided to also embrace beef. So they got beef. All right?
They've got beef.
Yep. At 7 a.m., we will not just be talking, we'll also be sampling some new products. The ultimate game changer for beef product enthusiasts, Kenchik's new beef venture. It's called Ken Beef. Arnold Mogori is a brand manager at Kenchik. He'll be here at 7 a.m. He'll tell us what this thing is. So Kenchik, we know that you do chicken. We've even seen where you do your hatcheries for chicken. We see you supplying chicken. We know how you supply to very many restaurants. So Sasa, you also have a hatchery for cows.
Hatchery. Okay. If you have a hatchery, one would assume that it is hatched from an egg kind of thing.
These guys are experts in hatching.
So they can also hatch cows.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow. Here we go. Okay.
You can come and tell us. It's many decades of expertise on matters of chicken. But let's look at it as in matters of meat. So he'll be here at 7. And then at 8 o'clock, we'll have a conversation with Caleb Amisi. He's a member of Parliament for Saboti constituency. He's also a member of the Defence and Foreign Relations Committee of the National Assembly. Ruto's Western visit, was it a game changer or was it a mind game? He'll come and tell us what he feels about it. Yeye ni MP ya opposition. Tutasikia mambo ya opposition. And then we'll hear from the government side at 9 a.m. The MP for Mogotio constituency, Ruben Kiborek, comes and talks to us about this. Rift within political parties. Are we seeing that all these things are happening? Are youthful legislators pushing the right agenda? Rigathi Gachagua has been saying there are some young people who are doing young things.
Yes. As opposed to having young people doing what exactly?
And he wants those young people to listen to Azes like him and stop doing those things. No? Yeah, he's got the benefit of age, experience, and therefore wisdom. Kiborek is a young MP. He'll come and tell us, does he know even what wisdom is? He thinks it's teeth. 16 minutes after 6. Keep it here. Let's find out what the weather forecast is going to look like, and then we'll acknowledge your presence.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Mostly clear conditions in Nairobi at 15, highs of 26 and lows of 15, and we'll see lows of 14 in a partly cloudy Nakuru, going to highs of 26. 26 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 15. It's 13 and clear in Eldoret with highs of 25 and lows of 13. Partly cloudy conditions in Mombasa at 25, and we'll see highs of 31 in a partly cloudy Malindi. It's clear at 20 in Kisumu with highs of 30, while Kakamega will see highs of 30 and lows of 17. Kampala is clear at 19 with highs of 29. At 32 will be the high in a partly cloudy Dar es Salaam. And looking into Johannesburg, it's 10 degrees and mostly clear with windy conditions coming through to highs of 15 and lows of -1. Mogadishu will be partly sunny today, 26 with highs of 32, and Addis Ababa sunny at 15 will go to highs of 27. Lagos is cloudy at 25 with highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 31 in a clear Kinshasa at 25. 31 will be the high in Beijing, where I beg your pardon, 33 will be the high in Beijing, where it's currently 31 Monday afternoon. And 10 degrees and mostly cloudy in Paris, and 13 and cloudy in London. We'll see highs of 28 coming into Monday in a currently partly cloudy New York at 21.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Ayabasi.
Who is online this morning? This computer can just behave itself and just show me and stop trying to frustrate my life.
It's behaving like that? Surely.
It's 3 clicks away from reality.
Katang.
Da-dun. And then now you breathe. That's
what is happening?
Speed at which we are moving.
Have we been hacked?
This month. Okay, so folks are online. We know you are. I'm just trying to get in with you this morning.
Okay, as the thing happens like that. City, let's cross over to the other side
of midnight.
All right.
Okay. We are in the Republic of the Gambia.
The Gambia.
The Gambia. The Gambia, like the UK. Right. Amazing, isn't it?
Okay. If you say so.
If I say so. Capital city. Well, let me give you a little history. This is one country that has had very many invaders. People who came there essentially primarily to do business. And the business of the time happened to have been slave trade. And the Portuguese ventured there briefly, the French ventured briefly, the UK, Britain ventured briefly. A lot of things happened in that country.
Yeah.
Yes. It was even formerly known as the Islamic Republic of the Gambia.
Allah.
Oh, that country has had changes. It has seen stuff. But of interest...
Where exactly is it?
West Africa. Yeah. Small country. Not too big. Small, surrounded. It was part of even Senegal at some point. It was considered to be part and parcel of Senegal, depending on who it was who was in charge. But like many African countries... get independence, and then not long after that, there's a coup. You know coup?
Coup
d'etat. Yes, and that thing did wonderful things to that country in the most negative way possible. But they have since recovered. They have a unitary presidential republic. The official language you speak there is the English language. And the capital city is... B-A-N-J-U-L. Yes, thank you very much. Ndu. That's the capital city. But the largest metropolitan area is
B-A-N-J? U-L.
Banjul. Okay. Largest metropolitan area is called Serekunda. Like metropolis. Right. You're going to ask me who the president is, aren't you?
Probably.
Okay. Let me just tell you.
Before you ask.
Since we're probably. The president is called Adama Barrow.
Okay.
They have a vice president called Mohammed B.S. Jallo. No cracking of jokes.
I was so
Yes. Mohammed B.S. Jallo. Then they have a speaker of the National Assembly, Fabakary Jatta. They have a chief justice, Hassan Bubakar Jallo. This Jallo seems to be...
It's quite...
the name.
It's a name.
It's a very popular... It's actually one of the larger tribes of Senegal, interestingly enough.
Okay. They got their independence on the 18th of February, 1965.
Right.
Around the time, very many African countries got their country.
Got their independence.
What do I call it?
Country.
That's what I meant.
All right, then.
That was deliberate because they got their country. The country was in someone else's hands.
They got it back.
They got it back.
Very good.
Yes, exactly. But I told this country had complications. There was a confederation which was referred to as Senegambia. I told you. Senegambia, blah, blah, blah. That required a little paperwork. The paperwork went left and right and left and right. On the 30th of September 1898, it ended, and the dissolution of the Senegambia Confederation came into being. Dissolution.
Away.
Right. My homework.
The proverb one.
See, homework for the guests. How many countries do you know of on the planet who are referred to with the?
The United States of America, the United Kingdom, the Gambia, the Democratic Republic of something.
All right, we'll go on as we do it. Eric has told me, please hurry up and tell us the proverb. All right, never mind how ugly your nose is, so long as you can breathe through it. No, I'm not referring to Eric.
Function over... Wow. Function over form.
Never mind how ugly your nose is.
So long as you can breathe through it, that's really what matters. Okay? So focus, please.
Jeez, the Gambian.
Sawa. Watu wanapatikana online.
Ni kama.
Wasalimia wawili.
Wamerudi.
Samuel Amani. I'm still locked in from Gim, Luri, in Siaya County. Tio says lock me in, or rather count me in from Mwanda in Bungoma.
Tio. That's Toto.
His name is Tio.
Tio.
Oh. Okay.
Jared Orure Matureti is tuned in from Nyachichi in Nyamira County. Good morning from Cabras, County 037. I do not know which county that is, but we will just go with Cabras. Okoh. Misiku Lumuli is locked in this morning. I hope CT is back. Well, your hopes have not been dashed against the rock, have they? They have not. Abraham Lucorito is tuned in this morning. Joseph Hightower says good morning. Happy New Week, Happy New Month, Happy New Me, Happy New You, says Pauline Shiro. Well, good morning to you and welcome back, CT, she says. Naomi Mwangi is locked in from Narok. And Racha Jose is also tuned in this morning. Quite a lot of people online. Michael Olande is tuned in this morning, wishing you all a good week ahead. Zeke is here. Robert Boko is in Mombasa. Peter Kiaria is saying, good morning, team. Mombasa is listening. Dreams become reality when ideas become actions. I needed that because I was teetering on the edge of procrastination today. But it can never happen. Okay. Joseph Masinjila says good morning. Tano's tuning from Rochester in Minnesota. Good morning from Somalia, says Kadiri. And Rogers also tuned in. Happy New Month from Voy. And Gore, beautiful lady, good morning. And Sir George Gashari is greeting everybody. Greetable. Looking forward to a good show. Indeed, Asante Sana. Oganya Malala says, I think politicians are the problem in this country. We're always in electioneering mood. Isn't it just? Welcome. Monday, we love you all, says Evans and Tabo. Greetings from Hong Kong, says Robinson Kisero. Desmond Otis is tuned in. Jeffrey Mogaka. Tumepe... Wape wapewe za dhati.
Okay.
Okay, so Jimmy Munuthi is tuned in. We're off to Korea. Mugere Kinara says, good morning, great team. Nyaboke Barikiwe. Oh, no. Nyaboke Bwakire. It's all the same letters. So it's all the same letters in there somewhere.
The thing is, yes, it's called approximating.
Bwakire, Barikiwa, something there. Yote, Yako. It's a very dry Monday morning. What? We're here, man. Congratulations to Shuja. They did a fantastic job. Kenya Rugby back in the game, essentially. Trevor Kodoha says, good morning. File your taxes. Sawa Basi, why are you angry? Mr. Bali says, good morning. Have a great week. Jaya Cheng is tuned in. Peter Waichigo is tuned in as well. Cyrus Kalasinga is a year. Felix Tietie. We had Tio. Now we have Tietie.
Are they from the same place?
I don't know.
Okay, but go on.
Jerry Mamba says, good morning from Busia. My son Rash says hello to CT Ndu and Eric. Well, good morning, Rash. Good morning to you. Noel is tuning from Mombasa. Greetings. Omar G says good morning as well. Icelandic City is like you're becoming like our traveling president. Nabado. Tell them Nabado. Nabado.
Utaenda.
I will travel. Joseph Mukubana is tuning from Gong. He says the promise of quality education is different from the reality. In Olilaroy village in Namanga. Okay, could you guys please bring the head teacher of this school on board? Ikoshida, what has happened? Lamek is here. Washington Okechi is tuned in. Hilary Mosota, Ali Adao, Peter Mbuthia, Chris Moura. Hey, Joseph Ondegi. Collins Kibet says he's locked in from Washington. And just when I thought I'd gotten to everybody just keeps trickling in. We see you all. Karibuni sana to the
Wengi sana. Let's go straight into the headlines.
On the front page of the Standard this morning, Gachagua in yet another tiff over military chopper. Not chopper ile ya kukata watu. Ile helicopter. On 3 occasions, the Deputy President has not had access to the aircraft with a reason given at each instance. The latest is when he could not fly to one Bungoma. The latest is when he could not fly one to Bungoma because he had not applied for one.
Ah, yes.
So you have to apply in advance before you don't just rock up and say, I want. Even Uber, you must. Nini. Then they say, yes, ride coming. Don't just come like that, Abby. That's what they've said.
Okay.
Back like they never left. That's the front page of the Standard. Kenya celebrates the qualification for the HSBC Sevens 2027 season at the Stadium Civitas Metropolitano in Madrid, Spain yesterday. They played some fine rugby and they finished 33-15 against Germany. And it saw that Kenya earned the qualifications to next year's Rugby Sevens series.
Yay.
Boys played some good rugby yesterday. UDA fights expose Ruto's knack for combat politics. This is where he thrives, is what they're saying. Intriguing White House rituals that date back ages, things that they did when they went. Money woes could see schools shut. Do you people remember when they said, sending money? Well, sending money has not happened because schools are saying, you know what, this is not even, can we perhaps maybe, we're just not going to be able to do it and we're just going to close down. We'll give you details of who those schools are. Sao. Yeah, on the front page of The Nation, Tanga as you wish, Ruto tells MPs. President William Ruto yesterday openly contradicted his deputy Rigathi Gachagua when he encouraged members of parliament to traverse the country in the conduct of their constitutional mandate, saying as lawmakers they should not be confined only to their constituencies, exposing the widening political rift between the duo. Now, the president says, see, this is Kenya.
And you're a member of a national assembly.
Go therefore ye and represent, is basically what he has said. Parastatal budget slashed by 40% ahead of mergers and closures. South Africa's potential kingmakers struggle with white image. I know. Coast leaders up the ante and warn Muga and Mira. Why students are shunning degrees for TVET diplomas. And resilient Kenya back in World Series. That's what we're looking at.
All right. The Business Daily. So, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is on the spot, apparently for wrong power bills in its computations. They did this. This is after the agency indicated that power prices rose up by up to 6.9% in May, despite actual Kenya power bills declining during that period. The agency has, however, maintained that the figures are accurate as they are sourced from not only its internal collected data, but from 50 places well distributed across the country, but also from other official sources such as parastatals. The sticking point, however, in this, according to this story in the Business Daily, is that according to the KNBS inflation figures for May, the price of 50 kilowatt hours of electricity increased by an average of 5.5% to 1,400 during the month, marking an increase of 1,300 shillings. Similarly, the inflation figures indicated that 200 units of electricity were retailing at an average price of 6,730 in May, an increase of 6.9%. However, this contrasts with actual power prices gazetted by the IPRA and effected by Kenya Power. Sasa, okay. So who's on the spot now? Is it IPRA or is it KPLC or is it KNBS? Okay, according to the story, KNBS is on the spot because they're telling us power went up. Well, according to the Business Daily, power went down. So there's no inflation. State blows 18 billion shillings on travel in 9 months despite austerity order. Okay. The government of the Republic of Kenya blew 18.18 billion shillings on local and foreign travel in the first 9 months of the current financial year as ministries and parastatals struggled to comply with austerity measures. This marked an increase of 4 billion from the 14 billion that national government ministries and departments and agencies used in a similar period last year, according to the latest Control of Budget report. The National Assembly, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Senate, the Judiciary and the State House were the biggest travel spenders, with overseas trips by officials, which often involve lavish allowances, continuing unabated. The Controller quarterly report shows that the spending on domestic travel for the 9 months reached 12 billion shillings locally upper Nairobi, Mombasa, Naivasha, Kisumu, Nakuru.
How many people are traveling
Eldoret,
this 12 billion? Okay. How many people are traveling this 12 billion?
All government. You're talking about
Kenya.
You're talking about ministries, state departments, agencies, parastatals, all of them in total.
Okay.
Bless you.
Excuse me. More than half of Kenya tea is unsold, according to the ticker headlines. Indian bank ups Kenya lending to 33 billion. This is the Export-Import Bank of India, which will increase its lending to Kenyan businesses to 32 billion after opening a representative office in Nairobi on Friday. Allah. Parastatals have been ordered to conduct fresh headcount. The government has ordered a fresh headcount for workers in parastatals in another attempt to weed out ghost workers. Okay. The other headline, why small retailers are running away from the big malls. The retailers are facing increasing competition from online delivery platforms, resulting in a decline in the revenue that they are generating from brick and mortar sales. Sitting. The Star?
Yes, top right-hand corner in teal green.
Yes.
It's not there today.
It's not in teal green, or it's just not top right?
There's no teal green.
There's no top right-hand corner.
There's top right-hand corner, but there's no teal green.
What is it?
It's not there.
We just have a top corner.
There's a top corner.
It's an advert.
It's an advert which I'm not going to mention. It's not complicated.
All right.
Are we okay?
Okay.
Even if they launched a borehole.
Even if what?
They launched a borehole somewhere, I'm not mentioning it.
Even if what?
All right. Manhunt. Motorists assault traffic police officer in shocking road rage in the city. This story is on page 3 of the Star. Man rains blows on traffic cop in a road rage incident.
Where?
Nairobi police boss says suspect will be charged the number of offences. I see.
That video is going on.
But they have to find him.
He was caught.
He was found.
He was caught, huh? Then that man is in trouble. He's in trouble. He's in serious trouble.
Yep.
He rained blows, did he?
Yeah. He did.
Okay.
And kicks.
And kicks. What happened to this guy?
He was angry.
At what?
The traffic cop.
At the cop.
What has the cop done which cops don't normally do?
He stopped him.
But they stop people all the time.
Maswali ujinga.
Maswali na uoni naenda mali.
But they always ask questions.
The
police officer was taken to a local private hospital and later transferred to Mamalusi Hospital for further treatment. Teams of officers were yesterday mobilized to help trace the assailant. An accomplice was arrested at the scene. Okay. Why? That is what you call uko mkononi wa serikali.
Where?
Yes.
When you destroy one of their own.
Right. Yeah, polls apart. President Ruto tells MPs to ignore DP Gachagua order over trips to constituencies. Right. Let me read this again. Okay. Only in Kenya. Okay. President Ruto tells MPs to ignore DP Gachagua order over trips to constituencies. The story is on page 6. Goodness gracious me.
He knows the value of kutangatanga.
Ruto rebuts DP Gachagua, tells MPs they are free to roam the country. Yes. President says lawmakers do oversight. Yes. I will not tire of preaching unity in Mount Kenya, vows Gachagua. That's another headline on the same page. This one. Right. Exclusive interview. Mudavadi. Kenya is now a major global and regional player in peace and security.
Only now?
Yes, we are.
Only now.
We are now.
Okay.
Remember, Mudavadi's deputy chief.
He's a foreign affairs minister.
Chief something.
Cabinet secretary, primary. Huh?
Primary.
Prime.
It's not primary, it's prime. I knew.
Don't be traffic. Bang in the middle.
Bang in the middle of the paper. Now, how? This is very interesting. Agencies ignored Ruto foreign trips ban. Austerity, domestic and foreign travel burst the budgets by 4 billion. 4 billion. Poof.
That's burst.
All right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, where are we at this point with traffic this morning? A little bit of it's starting to build on the Thika Super Highway. We're going to see that go through towards the Pangani underpass, and it's going to come in heavy as we get through Monday proper. All right, let's also take a look at what's happening coming in from other parts of the city, coming out of Westlands here and there, some traffic, and also on Gong Road this morning starting to build up, but nothing crazy. Still too early. Still early pickings. Let's see what happens as we get through Monday, and let's talk in the meantime on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, 22 minutes to 7. Our conversation continues. So,
now, excuse me.
You are excused.
Thanks. When we call for regional unity, it is not that we want to be united against anybody or for any other reason. Why would somebody isolate us because we are united? These are the words of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua.
Yeah.
Now, a member of Parliament, I'm very sorry, please don't be angry. The President of the country said, as an MP, you can see why I'm confused, don't be cheated into concentrating on representing your electorate only in Parliament. You must traverse all regions for oversight and legislation rules. He said this in Swahili, and I was actually surprised. I did not know the word for representation. No, representation in Kiswahili was what? Wakilisha. I did not know that, but now I know. Sindio? Now you know. What is money? Money is nothing. Okay. It's your job to visit all parts of Kenya, Ruto tells MPs after Gashagua's caution. President William Ruto yesterday encouraged members of parliament to traverse all parts of the country in conducting their constitutional mandate. Speaking at the Amutala Stadium in Kimilili, Bungoma County, during a church service, Dr. Ruto told the lawmakers that they would be failing in their duty if they only concentrated their work in their constituencies. Wait and see how Keki will feel now. As an MP, you are charged with 3 constitutional roles. Don't be cheated into concentrating on representing your electorate only in Parliament. You must traverse all regions for oversight and legislation roles that are not limited to your constituencies, he told members of Parliament. The President seemed to contradict his deputy, Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, who recently told Rift Valley UDA lawmakers to stick to their constituency, stick to your lane. As the battle for control of the vote-rich Mount Kenya region escalates, Dr. Ruto asked the MPs to execute their constitutional mandates, which he categorized into three: oversight, representation, and legislation. He said he has been in the game of politics longer and understands the country's political landscape better. Longer and better than whom, one would ask. The president noted that if MPs shun their roles, the country risks being plunged into underdevelopment. That would be the only reason why. Representation in parliament is about your constituency, but the other two jobs of legislation and oversight are about the nation. Parliament is not a village assembly. Okay. The head of state emphasized that MPs represent their constituencies. They must also move around Kenya so that they can understand the scope of their responsibilities. Now, one would wonder, is this because there's been a sudden epiphany about what the roles of members of parliament are in terms of those three of representation, oversight, and legislation, or that it was a direct answer to what the deputy president had said a couple of weeks ago in terms of don't come here if it's not your constituency, don't you have work to do in your constituency? It seems like a direct answer to him, where he now says, excuse me, members of parliament, you have one parliamentary role, but then the other roles are actually national, so we need you everywhere.
You don't need the president to say that, though.
Exactly.
It's an obvious thing.
It's obvious. That's the thing.
It's an obviosity.
So by virtue of the fact that he said it, it was not a...
But the problem is that these MPs are not going to these places playing their oversight role.
They are going to stoke the fire.
They are going there, you just pass siyasa. If you told me, for example, that MPs of a certain committee went to the coast to investigate the impact of Muga on the coastal counties that is causing them to act the way they're acting, then you'd be saying this is MPs playing their oversight role, going there to understand.
Or if members of parliament went to Kilifi County and went further into Shakahola area to find out exactly what had been happening over this time, then one would say, indeed.
That's oversight.
Thank you.
Even if they went to Muranga and said, all right, so there was a guaranteed fund, what is it called? Guarantee, price guarantee, something that they had promised. Or there's a coffee fund. Or that farmers here are complaining about, their avocados and they went there. As a member of parliament, you went there to understand, to hear, to see, okay, so what's happening, what's the issue? And then you went back to parliament to say, okay, I'll support a motion that's before parliament, or I'll sponsor a motion. That's something. But you land a helicopter like this, you release money, and then you
and you go away. Or if you go to Baringo and you say, we want to find out what's actually happening with these mangoes here, where people are not able to guarantee farm to fork, then we will say, okay, perhaps. But indeed, as you say, Dugu takes you 24 million, you disappear. And then you pass some political statements, Apochini. And then the deputy president comes to address the crowd, and how many of you are in attendance? One.
But deputy president also can't tell people to stop coming to this area.
What are you doing in cases?
Konya kona taito ya Kenya.
Sure. It's hotting up, my friend.
This one?
It's hotting up proper.
What do you think is happening, City?
With politics, I am loath to make interpretations when I don't have all the facts. And what is reported doesn't always tell you the whole story. Okay, but if we're to juxtapose from previous happenings within a presidency, people begin buddy, chummy. Usually it lasts at least 5 years. This one hasn't even done 2 years. Okay? And all of a sudden, everything seems to be coming loose at the seams. What I think is happening is a manifestation of something we are not seeing. Okay? By the time words are flung up in the open as we see this, it means the differences from within and deep inside this lovely, rosy marriage. It's already coming apart. But usually it comes apart and then ways are found to sort of like bring back the seams, and then things seems to stabilize. But I don't see this one stabilizing for long.
I think that what happened is that you started this journey with a patchwork kind of framework. It's like you're on the highway and your car falls apart. Then you say, you know what, we still have a few kilometers to go. Let's just put it together a little bit. It will take us where we're going. Then thereafter we can fix it. In this case, the little bit patchwork is what you started with. And the center cannot hold, unfortunately.
But that's
what it would appear to be.
It appears to be that, but also does it not appear to be, when they say a replica of what happened in the Uhuruto government? In this sense, people get together because at that particular point in time they have a common cause.
Absolutely.
And then when you get to the presidency, the common cause doesn't have the luster that it had when you were coming together. In this case, it was the hustler narrative. It appeared to work wonders because there was the talk about getting rid of these dynastic people who have ruled us for decades, that them against us. And in the face of the problems that Kenyans were facing, it seemed like a good narrative. You found someone to blame, the Bonyenye, the people who have taken what is yours rightfully and apportioned it to themselves. And can you imagine, those families are not even 5. For heaven's sake, we want to ensure that everybody gets their piece. 1 year, they give it time. They give it, no, give it time what? Where is ours? Then something appears, a new narrative happens to come and take the fall. Even what we had, we're losing.
Yeah.
So let's forget what you said you're going to give us. Even what we have, we're seeing it ebbing away. Then everything then happens. But this is what happens with power, okay? And do you have a point? Everybody feels that there is this position they have, but what they need to be careful of is not themselves, it's the people who are behind them or pushing them along. Because all these people have whisperers. The DP has whisperers, the president has whisperers. This idea of these are standalone people who have their own views. They are people who are close, who are whispering things that they want to lean towards. The whisperization is what is bringing out these difficulties that you're seeing. And it's now open season because the people who figure out this guy can be deputy. This guy became president. Wait a moment.
Oh, I can be.
Wait, this thing's not as difficult as I thought.
Hard.
No, it's not that hard, really. All I need to do is position myself and, as you say, voila. Because the whisperings have become murmurs. You look at the Tawe nation, and there are whisperers there as well. One of the whispers I was hearing when I was in that particular region over the weekend, I was being told, man, here, we are positioned for this thing. And I asked, which thing? See, can't you see? We are going to be big players. I said, you already are big players. Mudavadi. I was well, forget Mudavadi. I said, okay. That conversation, let's see it unfold as we go along.
There's positioning.
Oh, there's serious positioning. But this one, man, we are not even into the third year, man.
Now, I'm got momentum, by the way.
This thing has got that momentum and it's causing dust.
The good thing is that Regathi is a truthful man.
Is it?
And so we can see. He speaks. He does not play Okoh or speaking through proxy. It's him.
He shoots from the hip, man.
It's him saying it. So here now we know, in the Huruto days, there were days that we used to sit here and ask ourselves, maybe these guys are together. Maybe they're just
fooling us.
Maybe they're just fooling us. Maybe they are. And then afterwards is when you actually hear the president himself, Ruto himself, saying what he underwent and how pained he was and how bitter he is with that ordeal. But now Gachagua himself is coming out to say, my friend, hey, guy, we are being divided as our people. We are being divided. When Uhuru was saying the same thing, Gachagua was like, you go away, you are the divider.
It is you, all the years.
But you know what is of interest? When such whispers begin and they become murmurs and they become loud words, then all manner of narratives now begin to feature in. Chief of these narratives is Uhuru. It started off as whispers, mentions, is now getting louder and louder and louder. And again, whispers from that part of the world, we're being told Uhuru is behind everything. So that's behind what exactly? I said, no, he's the one people are listening to. They're trooping towards him. I said, trooping from where? So, no. He's the person who, I said, look, in this politics, this fluidity isn't necessarily a bad thing, but what exactly are you saying and what changes do you expect? I was told, wait and see. I said, okay.
You wait.
I'm waiting and
I
see.
will wait and I will see.
You just wait. As all those things are happening, see, we had floods. So you have people who have died, more than 200 people. We have tens of thousands of people who've been displaced. Auditor General Nancy Kadhungu has revealed how the government has abandoned some of the victims of the 2020 floods who are still unable to rebuild their lives. 2020. We're not saying 2024. The audit in response to floods in Kenya tabled in the National Assembly recently shows that despite some of the flood victims still being in the camps, the Directorate of Special Programs, a government agency, had stopped the issuance of relief assistance. Report notes that although their numbers could not be ascertained, the victims were still in camps in Baringo, Kisumu and Busia. The performance audit, which covered the period of 5 years from 2017 to 2022, sampled 6 counties spread across the flood-prone areas in the country. The audit puts the State Department for Internal Security and National Administration through the National Disaster Operations Center and the DSP in a tight corner in terms of recovery after floods and coordination of actions. We are talking about the 2020 floods, my friends. There are people who were affected by the floods of 2020. Will come the government will not abandon its people. The government went. The report notes that the limited recovery interventions by the government has exposed the affected persons, thereby increasing their vulnerability to future flooding. Even though most of the victims had gone back to their homes, the majority are not able to rebuild their houses and they are living in tents. 4 years later.
4 years.
The counties sampled in the performance audit are Baringo, Narok, Busia, Garissa, Tana River, Kisumu, with the auditors making specific recommendations to the government on how to deal with future occurrences, future being current. Kenya is divided into 6 catchment areas, out of which 4 are prone to flooding: the Lake Victoria, North and South Basins, Rift Valley, and Tana. The situation may have worsened because of the rains that started in November last year and intensified in the months of April and May this year. So already, Auditor General has just presented a report of 2017 to 2022. The floods of 2013, 2023, 2024 are here. Okay. Meanwhile, we are doing the things that we are doing.
Yes, we are, isn't it? Huh?
Yeah.
And if we do the things we are doing, we are actually likely to forget that there are very many of our citizenry who do not even know where their next meal is coming from.
Oh, yeah.
Today, not tomorrow, today. Yes.
Leohi. As we speak, there are people who are affected by these floods and there are still incomes. Others had to move out of their schools because schools had to reopen. So you don't know where they've gone to because schools have reopened. It is just one cycle after another. And because we forget very fast, we now move on into, ni kweli bwana Gachagua anachoka kusema wacha Gachagua kipate. We actually forget.
People they're sleeping outside.
We forget there are other things.
You know,
like
on
this.
Friday I asked you, people who are supposed to receive money, have they received their money really?
The 10,000?
Yes, yes.
Yep. We'll have that conversation again. We'll call those community, the Justice Center people, just to hear from the affected people. How many have received? Is it all of them? I'm sure there are people who have received.
There's something I want to ask.
Ask.
Because when I saw just the number of vehicles at Kisumu Airport on Friday, I've never seen so many cars at Kisumu Airport. There are 2 parking bays. I didn't even know there was a third one, which I saw. I realized, it means there are 3. Full. Or near full. One was completely chock-a-block, then was near full. But then the high-end vehicles, the SUVs that I saw parking, some of my colleagues were saying, people are leaving. So I said, no, but there's this thing in Bungoma. I have to ask this question. Whenever we have these national celebrations, amidst the sort of issues that we have, must they be so grand?
You didn't hear that they spent 12 billion shillings to travel in the last how long?
I've heard all that. I'm simply asking. I know it happens once a year.
It's 16 billion.
Sorry, 16 billion shillings to travel.
Yes, I'm saying, must it be so grand? Because these people are clearly flying in, but their vehicles went ahead of them.
Yes, no.
Or are we saying that they were using the vehicles that are within the ministries, within the county? I don't think so.
Come on.
I don't think so.
No. The driver goes ahead of you. You get on the plane and they meet you at the airport.
We need to have the national celebrations. But would it not be much better if the example of austerity was actually showcased during a national celebration?
So what do you want? NYS buses ipige mlolongo
No.
You're celebrating independence.
So what is this alternative?
The alternative is to spend less. Have national celebration, not everybody has to be there.
Surely.
For example, CT, if we decide that the celebration will be in Bungoma County and the president and his deputy then are there, the county officials are there, governor, those who are there, then that is enough.
Are there.
That is enough. All you people from Nairobi, wherever, you can do your own commemoration in your county.
Watch on TV.
Abi? Yes, that's what it is saying.
What I'm trying to say is this.
But we have visitors, for example. You bring in the ambassadors to come and see. We
don't have to. No, we don't have to bring the ambassadors.
Why not?
I'm simply saying
They
we
have to visit Kenya.
No, they don't.
But they're in Kenya.
I don't. Choose Independence Day. This was Madaraka, was it not?
It is.
Okay, then we have Jamhuri. Choose Jamhuri Day.
To do what?
Pomp and flair on whatever you want. Okay? But every other holiday, it doesn't have to be this.
Yeah.
This wasn't big.
Oh, it was big, all right.
Just because you saw cars?
My friend, it was big.
Those cars are people who needed to be there, Bonus.
I am simply talking about the cost that we keep speaking of.
Can you imagine the economy of Bungoma?
I am not saying this
And
because
Kisumu.
I'm not saying this because it went to Bungoma. I'm saying this, I preface this by saying, in the midst of issues that we have in this country, Eric, you do have a point. A national day has to be something that people remember, but not like this. You can't lavish that amount of money on a function when people don't even know what they're going to eat, where they're going to sleep. It's wrong.
I agree.
It's wrong.
In the light of other things that
It
are
is
currently
wrong.
happening.
It is wrong.
I agree.
So next week, jamaa atasema tufanye Madaraka Day on Zoom.
Yes.
Yes. Or you
It's wrong.
you say let's commemorate.
It's wrong. It's wrong. It can't be that every time we talk about austerity measures, some national function comes along. It's for the whole country.
It's possible now.
And all that money we say is being spent when 2020 flood victims haven't been settled. We've just had floods. The rains haven't gone anywhere. We have all these problems. Schools don't even know that they're going to continue because they don't have money. Universities have problems that they can't even count. That pomp, that ostentation, that vulgar consumption, that is the wrongest picture that you can paint when a country in the dire straits that we're in.
It's possible.
You know,
Can I
even when
tell
you're
you
hungry,
something very fast?
you need some time
need some
kurudishia
time.
mwili shukrani.
Is it not just
And it's
here?
only twice in a year.
Scary.
On Madaraka
They don't
Day
just come from
and
Jamhuri
Jamhuri
the other
Day.
day.
You just rudishia mwili shukrani.
Do you know how many people, forget the hustler jet, do you know how many people took commercial flights to the US?
Si walijilipia.
Walijilipia na nani?
Na pesa ya nani? See, as they're spending all that money, capitation has delayed. Let me just tell you very fast, because City, I agree with you. After all, isn't not Tanzania here the other day? Samia Suluhu, here, Tanzania. Samia Suluhu said, celebrates what? No, it can never be us. We are just, that money, we keep it for something else. Capitation delays. Schools could close down as cash crunch bites. Schools across the country are raising the alarm over the release of capitation funds a month after the start of second term. The delay now threatens the smooth running of operations. The situation has been made worse due to delayed payment of fees by parents. So, everywhere. In junior, secondary and primary schools, head teachers reveal they are not only struggling to meet their day-to-day activities, but also straining to supplement the teacher shortfall and necessities for the competency-based curriculum. The Kenya Primary Schools Heads Association Chairman Johnson Nzioka warned of the precarious situation in primary schools because they exclusively depend on the government funding and are not allowed to charge extra fees. You see the problem? According to Nzioka, the state of affairs extends to junior secondary schools domiciled in primary schools. Do you see problems? Now, we hope that the funding will come from the midterm break. But if we can get the funds sooner, it will go a long way in stabilizing the situation. Similarly, the Kenya Secondary School Heads Association Chairman Willie Kuria said day secondary schools are facing the same burden as they solely depend on capitation to fund operations, and they too have been told not to do what? Charge extra fees. Kuria is also the head teacher at Muranga High School. He indicated that the situation is not different for boarding secondary schools, as principals face double predicament of delay in government funding and direct fees paid by parents. To add on to the troubles is a now chronic problem of underfunding. Schools did not receive the full amount of capitation funds they were set to receive for the first term. Can you see all this wahala? First term, didn't receive in full. Second term, story. It's already backlog, it's already owed money. They're saying, you know what? We're going to shut down. And you're flying.
Now you're driving Prados to Kisumu so they can pick people so they can go.
You fly.
So you can take them to Bungoma, and then from there you go round, and then you bring them back to Kisumu, and then you drive the Prado back to Nairobi.
And then they fly and meet you there.
How much does it take to fill one Prado?
For goodness sake.
All right.
Look, this is not necessary, man.
It's too much.
No, it's too much. Not, look, we are the land of plenty, but man, when it's here. Thank you very much.
7 a.m. Time for the news. Give it here. We've got some beef in the next half.
Spice up your life.
It's now 7 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Week, Parliamentary Finance Committee Chairman Kimani Kuria has criticized those who oppose the bill, saying that through it, the government will increase the national income.
Mswada huu ambao tunaongea kuhusu wa bajeti ya 2024-2025 utakapofika, maendeleo ambao yako hapo ni maendeleo ya nchi yetu yote ya Kenya. And that is a conversation we must have. Katika kila shilingi 10 ambazo zinaokotwa katika ushuru wa nchi yetu ya Kenya, shilingi 7 zinatumika kwa kulipa ile inaitwa recurrent expenditure na kulipa madeni. Ile ambayo inabaki kwa shilingi 3, shilingi 1 inaenda kulipa interest ya loans. Ile pesa inabaki ya development ni shilingi 2 peke yake.
Kimilili MP Didmas Baraza has backed up Kimani's statement, saying that the Western region has benefited a lot from the development projects implemented by President William Ruto's government.
Sisi hapa Bungoma, wabunge wote wa Bungoma hapa, tukiongozwa na gavana yetu, we have been on the forefront appreciating the efforts that William Ruto's government has been putting. Na mimi ningependa kuwaomba viongozi wale wa Kakamega wote na wale ambao wamekuwa na mazoea ya kupinga finance bill na kupinga chochote ambacho serikali hii inafanya, kwamba tomorrow if they will begin to appreciate that the government of William Ruto is doing something in Kakamega, they will begin to see that Kakamega has not been left behind.
President William Ruto last evening departed for a second trip to South Korea. This comes a week after jetting back to the country from a 4-day visit to the United States of America, a trip that was highly criticized on social media majorly for the expenses incurred. The president made the revelation of his latest trip during a church service at Amutala Stadium in Kimilili, Bungoma County. In his address, Ruto sought permission from the congregants, explaining his trip was not for recreational purposes but to follow up and finalize previous agreements with the President Yoon Suk. And the Ministry of Health says that the registration of Social Health Insurance Fund is set to kick off this week. Speaking in Bungoma County, Health CS Susan Nahumecha has called on Kenyans to come forward and get registered in order to achieve the all-inclusive healthcare program. Nahumecha further said that the 2.75% deductions on salaries will commence this next month.
Na katika kuingia SHA, wewe Mkenya hautapata ugumu wowote. Registration tumafanya ikuwe rahisi kabisa. Na in the next few days tutawatangazia jinsi wewe mwenyewe utajiregister. Itakuwa rahisi. Kama uko na kabambe utaweza kujiregister. Kama uko na smartphone utaweza kujiregister. Na kama hauna uwezo wa kujiregister, yule community health promoter wako atakuregister. Na kama pia yeye hataweza kukuregister, ile hospitali iko karibu na wewe itaweza kukuregister.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has dismissed allegations that he is promoting disunity in the country by harmonizing the Mount Kenya community. Speaking in Meru County, Gachagua has said all he is simply doing is ensuring that the region remains united in order to enhance development.
I have seen people of Northeastern meeting to discuss issues that are peculiar to their region, because each region has peculiar issues. I have seen the fruits of unity in Western Kenya by leaders being united. They have negotiated for a waiver of over 100 billion for sugarcane farmers. That is the fruit of being united. Here in this region we are also united, and we have negotiated for the waiver of debts ya wakulima ya kahawa ambayo itakuja kwa cabinet tupitishe. I have seen an argument yesterday, somebody arguing that for call of unity of our region we can be isolated. Why would anybody isolate us for being united? Why?
Gachagua further said that national unity must start at the community level, criticizing those who oppose him for fighting for the unity of Mount Kenya region.
And this country is made up of regions. regions are made up of counties, and therefore will cultivate for unity bottom up. Sisi ni bottom up people, tunaanza huko chini, tunaanza county, tunaunganisha region, tunaunganisha, tunaenda kwa national, tunaunganisha. That will continue doing, because it's important that we do so.
That's the Newswire. I'm Lau Ubaka.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
A few minutes after 7 o'clock, and what are we looking at on the streets this morning? A little bit of traffic coming off the Thika Superhighway, and we're stuck right at Survey. We'll take you through towards the Pangani underpass, through the tunnel, and then getting out into the city this morning is already clogged. There's traffic on Jogo Road heading out towards Landis. Landis is bumper to bumper through towards the Kamkunji roundabout, and then coming on Gong Road, there is quite some traffic from that Naivasha Road area through towards the city. Some of that will go through towards Kingara Road, and then it'll all join on James Gishuru out through towards Wayakiwe, which is already packed. If you're coming off of Mombasa Road, you don't have a problem, at least not for now. The Eastern Bypass is packing up as you get towards Outer Ring at that junction. And Kangunda Road started early, quite some traffic this morning. Let's take a quick look at the Thika Superhighway, where traffic is coming in heavy all the way from Clayworks this morning. Not quite sure why so much, but we'll have a look and see what happens as we get through it. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Lafiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 7, how are you doing? Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy June. If you're just joining us, it's the third day of the month already. When we left here on Friday, it was still May. You come back, and you're almost into the second week of June. What is wrong with this thing?
I know.
Hii calendar bwana. This is the month of June. Have you filed your tax returns? You ought to remember that the deadline for filing your annual tax returns for your income for the year ended December 2023 is 30th of June this month. If you're a business and by the end of December 2022, get me right, 2022, you had some principal tax that you needed to pay, you had not paid, so it started accruing interest and penalties. Interest and penalties. Now you're looking at that figure and thinking, Gaifafa, what has happened? There's something called the amnesty by Kenya Revenue Authority. They're saying if you had any accrued tax and it had interest and penalties by December 31st, 2022, you can talk to them and you can get a waiver on the penalties and interest. Of course, the principal, because that's a tax, you utalipa. But the penalties and interest, which is now making that figure look completely obscene, have a conversation with them and it can be removed. Who else? Who else is taxpayers who have outstanding taxes accrued up to 31st December, who can fully pay any outstanding principal taxes by the end of this month. So if you can pay any outstanding principal, talk to KRA and you start having that conversation. Come up with a payment plan like this. They waive the interest. They say, we can sort you out, we can deal very nicely, and you'll be okay. So, how do you get in touch with KRA?
How do you, well, there are many ways in which you can apply. So you get onto iTax, you do that first of all, you get into debt enforcement, and then you get onto the tax amnesty application. The steps are really simple. There's 6 of them, and you go through them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, very clear on what to do. More information, you go to the KRA website, and what is that? It's www.kra.go.ke, and then you can also call on 0711 099 999.
0711
Yes.
099 999.
Yes.
KRA wamekuwa polisi.
Ni kama.
Kuwa 99. 099 999.
Yes. 0711 099 999.
That's a good one. It's a good one. So there's a new way of thinking about nyama and breakfast and having those things that we have breakfast, right? So for very many years we have known kenchik, right? For people who are
cuckoo
about
chicken.
Okay, now they've moved. They've also said now moo comes in. They've also just listened and they've said, something else, bana. People also like beef. And we know 75,000 things about meat in general. So how about we sort out the people who also would like to have a taste of beef and various differentiated beef products? And that's why Kenchik has launched Ken Beef. Okay? It's the ultimate game changer for beef products and the enthusiasts. Arnold Mwagodi is a brand manager at Kenchik. He's our guest for the next hour. Arnold, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seat of Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
As hot as what?
As they come.
Hey, Sawa.
Okay.
So you'll tell us more about Ken Beef by Kenchik. All right. Where this journey started. I mean, what brought up this crazy idea of we'll be dealing with chicken. Now let's also deal with beef. And we call it Ken Beef. Okay?
Okay.
But to welcome you to the conversation, CT has the day's proverb. Every week he goes to an African country, he mines proverbs, then he'll give you a proverb a day. Today, this week, CT, the proverbs are from?
The Republic of Gambia, the Gambia.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you start with the Republic, do you still say the Gambia?
That's what I'm going to say, but I'm just going to the Republic of Gambia.
Okay.
Leave it at that.
Okay.
It comes the Gambia another time, but for now it's the Republic of
Gambia.
Exactly. The proverb. By the way, the proverb is generalized. It doesn't. When I say you, I'm not referring to you. You're a guest. If I say you, I'm referring to the other 2 people here. Okay.
Wow.
Yes. All right. Never mind how ugly your nose is. So long as you can breathe through it.
Never mind how ugly your nose is, so long as you can breathe through it.
Yes.
Okay, Basi. Arnold, what do you think the Gambians are telling us?
I don't know whose nose they're talking about.
Clearly.
Yeah, but the proverb works. I mean, breathing is important. Yeah. If it doesn't breathe, then even if you have the most beautiful nose, it's nothing. Yeah.
What's the deeper meaning?
The deeper meaning, I think, is if you don't look at things at surface level, look a bit deeper. Yeah, look at the bigger purpose.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's the meaning.
That's a good one. Senior City.
Rabisa.
Very good.
There's nothing to add to that. Yes.
Very well said. Arnold, give us a history of Kenchik.
Okay.
And then bring us to the day to today.
So Kenchik has been here for 40 years. We've been a household name all through back there. In fact, most people, if you ask them about Kenchik, they remember the Kenchik Inn. Back in the days, a lot of our parents used to go there. That's where they dated. That's where some of us came from. So we've been evolving as a company for the last 40 years. And as you mentioned, we're cuckoo about chicken. We've always been cuckoo about chicken. We've always been dedicated about the products we bring out to the market, and consumers have felt that. So consumers have trusted us for all these years. And now we spoke to them. They were like, okay, what if we give you more? What if you give you more than what you're getting? Then they were like, yeah, tupatie. So did a bit of research, and we realized there's a big potential in beef. So the same consumers that buy our chicken will buy our beef because they trust the brand. And that's where Ken Beef came from. So it's Ken Beef from Kenchik, it's beef from Kenchik, and it's beef from Kenya, the best beef you can get
What does this mean? You know, when you know Kenchik, so we know Kenchik from those Kenchik inns, previous Kenchik inns. We know Kenchik from now supplying the restaurants after closing the Kenchik inns and deciding you're going to supply the restaurants. But we also know Kenchik from where the hatcheries are. And knowing that this is a Kenchik farm, these are Kenchik farms, although they're not branded, but Kilimdrajua, those big ones are in Kenchik.
Yeah.
Okay. When you say you're going to beef, what are you saying? Because in the chicken value chain, you are playing from end to end.
Okay.
From egg to hatchery to the chicks, all the way to the cuckoo and the grill.
Yeah.
What do you mean now when you say canned beef? In what part of the value chain are you going to be playing?
Okay, so we've partnered with local farmers in Laikipia. So, of course, we oversee all the operations, we offer some guidance, some support, and then that's where our cows come from, or the beef comes from. So imagine yourself, in Laikipia, you're a cow, you're just walking around, enjoying green grass, interacting with wild animals.
Grass fed.
Yes, grass fed, yeah, because that's where the best meat comes from. Yes.
And then now, so you've signed up contracts with those farmers.
Yes.
Then the next thing, after you take what do? You tell them to slaughter, you get the meat, or you run now the slaughterhouses?
No, we get the meat that has been slaughtered. Of course, you oversee the whole process. I can't really say it's different entities, but it's more of the same process. So, of course, there's that supervision per se, all the way from the calves, how they are raised, what they eat, where they're growing, their conditions and all that. We oversee all that before, of course, we get the meat to us. So the same quality and standards that are there in chicken is the same quality and standard you'll find in our beef products.
Okay, so we're looking at a place whereby it's been the quality that has been assured to, folks over the longest period. And are we saying now, so what is coming through is that there is a different product, but the same quality, and what you could have expected is also coming through here?
Different products, of course, from beef from chicken to beef, but the same quality standard. So the same expertise, the same sort of production processes, the same processing processes, the same way, the same quality standards that are there in chicken are the same ones that are there in the beef processing. And of course, before we launched these products, we first understood what are the consumer needs and wants in terms of taste, in terms of flavor and all that, and that's what we're delivering to the consumers.
So what do we get in this new product line?
Okay. In terms of the products, so there are two types. So canned beef comes in two ways. The first one is prime beef, which is wet aged meat for 21 days. I know it's a bit different in Kenya, but it's wet aged so that it gives you that flavor, that softness, that versatility. So in case you're thinking of doing things like medium rare, medium raw, flambe, and all that, yeah. So we are bringing all that flavor to Kenya. And then there's the other side, which is the further processed products. So the further processed products are the sausages, the burgers, the burevos. We have other products like mekon, like beef mince. So it's a whole sort of table of offering for the Kenyan consumer. Yes.
Say that again. The further processed products include what?
Sausage, burger. There's burevos, or just boas as we call it in Kenya. There's beef mince, which is leaning in between. There's mekon, and then there's bilton.
Bilton?
Yes.
Explain.
Bilton is just meat that has been cured, dry cured, yes. Yeah, almost look like
beef
biscuits.
Jerky.
It's almost like beef jerky, almost the same process. Yes.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
Okay. Prime beef, wet aged for 21 days. Please. Sisi ya mambo tujui. So nyama inatoka kichinjio, inaingia kwa butchery, tunakula.
Yeah.
This wet aged 21 days, please explain what that is and why it's important.
Before we even talk about wet aging, you've mentioned something very important. You see, when you're going to the butchery, unasema staki ya mafuta, staki nyama ngumu, usineke mfupa. So we've done all that. So it's very lean meat, well sourced, grass fed. So let's start from there. And then it's wet aged. So there's dry aging and then there's wet aging. So with wet aging, there's no moisture loss. So it still retains that moisture at the end of it. So it's just a way of curing the beef, bringing in some bit of tender flavor, some bit of succulence. And that's where unaweza chukua steak and you just tear it off with your teeth. Yeah, so it's sort of just makes the beef better.
What's the importance of aging?
Yes.
Why is aging important?
It's the sensory aspects that come out of it, yes. So it's a bit different from normal beef. It allows you to, because for most of us, when you're buying beef, you just boil it, you fry it. But now with wet aging allows you that versatility when it comes to beef products. So it's just tender, it's softer, it has a different texture and flavor, which is good. So for those consumers who like aged beef, they're definitely going to love canned beef.
Yes. When you say aging, what my imagination tells me, I'm sure is not the truth.
Okay.
It's not putting it in a corner and waiting for it to get old. No. There's a process, isn't it?
Yes.
What is this process?
So the meat is cut into different parts and then is put in vacuum bags. So it's sealed completely. Yes.
Okay.
Such that even when it's aging, it doesn't lose moisture. I mean, if you slaughter goat or chicken or goat or beef, then the next day it's not the same because there's that moisture loss. So with wet aging, it sort of like cures the meat, ages the meat, but it still retains that moisture. So it's aged in a vacuum bag.
So when you say meat is hard, what would you say is what makes it hard? Because this process seems, you said, makes it tender.
Okay.
So I'm taking the view that it was hard, and I'm not going to use my imagination. I'm going to let you help my imagination.
Yeah.
So you vacuum pack it and you give it time. So what happens to the meat that makes it tender?
So one, the meat is not necessarily hard. I mean, as much as the aging process tenderizes it a bit further. So the source of hard meat actually comes from the rearing. So if a cow is not eating grass, I mean, you've seen these cows walking around just eating everything.
Joala.
Joala, they're in a stressful condition. There's border guys, there's matatu guys. They're not living in the zen life like canned beef cows. So ours are in Nanyuki. They're just zen, enjoying the mountain, drinking the fresh water, enjoying the grass that is not touched by humans. So that's what makes beef tender. So if it's not raised well, it's not just even beef, even chicken. If the chicken is not raised well, it's not given good water, good food, it's not walking around, kanyagwa, there's Bosco there chasing after it. By the time you're slaughtering it, it won't be, that fresh, tasty, nutritious chicken.
This is very interesting.
Yes.
Very interesting. So essentially what you're saying is that, I read this thing whereby the folks who are playing music to their cattle, and it actually matters in terms of, so really what you're putting in to the cattle before they then go for slaughter to then get these products that you talk about that you then turn into sausages or burvos or burger patties, is that what you put into the cow and how you treat it before then matters when we're talking now about these canned beef products at the end of the day?
Yes.
Really?
It's actually science, yes. I've actually seen videos like that where guys even play guitars to their cows and they bring out higher quality, more milk. So the same way with our chicken. In some, like in our layers, they're given even toys. So they're not bored. They walk around. It's the truth. Yeah, they walk around on a cheza. There's some bit of balancing of the light. So that makes them happy. So when they wake up in chicken heaven or in beef heaven, they grow up very well. So the same way, I mean, all of us in Nairobi always say, I either want to go to Diani or I want to go to Nanyuki. I just want to breathe in the nature. The same way with animals. I mean, all of us are animals in our essence, in our very basic essence. So when an animal is raised in a very nice, soft life environment, of course it's going to give you soft meat.
Soft life, soft meat.
Kuku za Kentic zinapangwa toys.
Zinaboeka.
Haziboekagi.
Ziko na toys.
Toys. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So if there's wet drying, then there must be
aging.
That one.
Wet aging.
So there must be dry aging.
Yes. So the same way, like now, one of the products like Bilton, it's a process of curing and dry aging. So it looks a bit tough. It's still soft, but it doesn't have that moisture that the other prime products have.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you actually dried it using what exactly?
Wet aging.
Dry aging. That's what I'm referring to. If there's wet, there must be dry, isn't it?
Yes.
So I'm asking about the dry. So essentially, you take the meat and just put it same pack it again.
Yeah. Okay. We don't really do, apart from maybe the Bilton that has a different curing process. The meat is wet aged, so our beef is not dry aged; it's wet aged. So just put in vacuum flask, a vacuum bag. Put in a certain temperature, and then after 21 days, it's ready to be packed.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's talk about handling of meat, because that's one thing that people talk about. Handling nyama inatoka wapi naenda wapi. When many people buy nyama and you ask them, they'll tell you. And I consumed some bit of research on this meat.
Okay.
Many consumers will tell you that they prefer to buy nyama at the local butchery. And the person who makes a decision, the decision making on what's happening in the homestead, is the woman and then the house help who's sent. So if the woman is going, so you're thinking nearest, closest place to me, local butchery. And then the next thing is when you're thinking meat, you're thinking, I want it hanging at the butchery.
Okay.
Nyama imetolewa pale, you have issues with it. And the next thing you're thinking is, I want it to look red. Because ikianza kukaa dark hivi ni kama inaanza kuoza. Please demystify all these things. And the importance of knowing what is fresh meat.
Okay. The target audience for prime beef, it's a bit different from all of us. So as much as all of us want fresh, soft meat, they have sort of like more expectations from their meat. So one of the reasons why, of course, we go to the local butchery, because it's very easy to call someone and say, "Wewe usinike nyama mbaya." So there's that sort of like relationship that you have with your butcher, which probably will not be able to get it when you're buying it from a different place. So that explains maybe why local butcheries are known or are famous for that. And then there's that when you're seeing the steak like in its fullness, and then you're like nikati hapa usikati hapa. So there are those intricacies that you'll not find it everywhere else. However, for us, we have already foreseen that. That's why I've mentioned the beef is not cut. It's cut free from tendons, so that's the tough muscles, the tendons, the excess fat. So we already foresaw that, and by the time we are packing it and we're aging it, we sort of like understood what the consumers are looking forward to. In terms of color and all that, of course, when you age a beef, there's some slight difference in color, but the consumers of aged beef, they know that and they expect that because they know this was carefully or aged in the right way. Yes.
Actually, had some training by some veterinarian who was saying that when you see that meat starting to look like that, it's getting darker. That's when now it has the flavors, it has tendering and all.
Yes.
That if you slaughter nyama and you go ahead and start cooking it, beef specifically, before 6 hours are over, you're actually just eating muscle. You're not eating meat. And that's why it's important for you to let it stay so it starts, tenderizing, it starts getting the flavors in, it starts loosening up the muscle, it converts into meat, it becomes meat. So the importance is for all of us to start thinking about taking aged meat. And that's when you have now the better meat. This thing of saying ati nyama imechunjwa pale na sufuria ina boil pande ina maji. Ati just maji
chape.
Saa sita tunakula. You're not eating meat. It's important to let it hang, let it, cure and start all that. And the longer, the better, if it's handled well.
Yes.
Now the issue of safety of the meat.
Yeah.
How important is it for Ken chick and Ken beef now?
Okay.
In terms of how the meat is handled from the very beginning all the way to the butchery?
Okay. Because Ken beef is part of Ken chick, so I'll just talk about Ken chick in general. So food safety is very big for us. If you don't handle meat the right way, it's going to bring up problems later. And one of the ways we employ that is biosecurity. So if you go to our farms, our birds don't interact with, other people. The same way with the cows, we get them from Nanyuki. They don't interact with people. They might interact with animals here and there, but there's that aspect of being raised right in clean environments, eating the right food, drinking the right water, and then once it's slaughtered, if you go to our processing plant in Thika, there are very, very high standards when it comes to processing meat. In fact, they have KPIs in terms of cleanliness and all that. So periodically, even guys go take swabs on the wall. They test the common areas. They make sure there are places to wash your hands, to sanitize and all that, so that nothing comes into contact with the food. And then once the processing has started, all the way from after slaughtering up to when you're actually buying the products at the either supermarket or something, there's that cold chain transfer distribution. So that means the trucks are chilled, the temperature is controlled when they get to the different outlets where consumers are going to buy. They're also tested. Like, there's a very close monitoring system just to ensure that the products are treated, handled, and also distributed in a certain temperature, so that there are no sort of like threats to the quality of the meat.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you also check where how the quality of the standards maintained by the butchers?
Yes.
How do you do that?
We have extension services, and we have employees or colleagues who actually now go to those butchers. They oversee the processes, they do the testing that they need to do. So they also have KPIs and SLAs to ensure that what is expected is actually what is delivered to us and to our consumers.
Cool. Let's take a break. It's 7:30. Arnold Mwagodi is a brand manager at Kenchik. Kenchik has been in the country for 40 years now, and they have listened to the market and they've decided, all right, so Kenchik, how about Ken Beef? All right, the ultimate game changer for beef products. They have prime beef, wet aged beef, 21 days, that will be available in the market now at Ken Beef, and further processed meat products, bacon, sausages, minced beef, burger patties, and that other thing is going to?
Boerewors.
Boulevard.
I am not going to even attempt to.
The long
Yes.
That one. Yeah. Boerewors. Okay. We'll continue this conversation shortly. They're available in the market already?
Yes.
Okay. You'll tell us where and how.
Okay.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Planning an outdoor event and in need of a remarkable venue? Your search ends here. Explore the peaceful ambience of the Green Park Garden located at the Standard Group Center on Mombasa Road. Whether it's a corporate affair, a joyous birthday celebration, a dreamy wedding, or any special event, our serene ambience sets the perfect stage. Marvel at the diverse array of plants, each with its unique texture, color, and fragrance, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Don't miss out on this extraordinary opportunity. To reserve your spot in our green sanctuary, contact Greg at 0714-673547. Embrace nature's touch at Green Park Garden.
They say when someone you love becomes a memory, the memory becomes a treasure. It is in these moments you need a partner who will celebrate the memory of a loved one in a special way. Berur FM, in partnership with the Standard newspaper, is giving you a combo offer.
The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, partly cloudy this morning in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 26 today, coming down to lows of 15. We're looking into a partly cloudy Nakuru at 15 with highs of 26, while Nyeri at 15 is cloudy with highs of 26. It's going to be 25, the high in a clear Eldoret, currently at 13. Mombasa is cloudy at 25 with highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 31 in a partly cloudy Malindi at 26. It's 20 and clear in Kisumu with highs of 30, while Kakamega at 17 is cloudy. We'll see highs of 30. 19 and clear in Kampala with highs of 29, while Dar es Salaam is partly cloudy at 25. We'll see highs of 32. At 10 degrees, Johannesburg is mostly clear with some wind conditions going to highs of 15 and lows of -1. It's partly sunny at 26 in Mogadishu with highs of 32, while Addis Ababa at 15 is sunny. We'll see highs of 27 and lows of 15. Lagos is cloudy at 25 with highs of 31, and at 23 it's clear in Kinshasa with highs of 31 and lows of 22.
Spice up your life.
Busy on the Thika Superhighway, very busy, coming in all the way from Clayworks today, and that traffic is bumper to bumper. Even though the service lanes are looking good, you can use them, but still some clog up of traffic before you get to the Outer Ring Junction, then through towards Allsops at that stage, and then out to where Survey is already packed, then getting through to the city. Okay, on Kiambu Road, it's also starting to pile up. The Northern Bypass folks are trying to use that as an escape. Kangundu Road is also pretty busy this morning, getting out into the city, and we'll keep seeing traffic coming off of James Gishuru out towards Wayaki Way, and Ngong Road built up from the beginning, and that continues. Jogger Road busy going towards Landis, and it's also busy on Langata Road, and it's going to come out then through towards Raila Odinga Way. So traffic everywhere you go. We're getting into traffic hour now, likely to connect through the morning. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
6 minutes to 8, our conversation continues with Arnold Mwagodi, who's the brand manager at Kenchik. Kenchik has decided, all right, 40 years, we understand very many things about chicken, but it's not chicken. We know very many things about meat and about our customers. And the customers have told them, all right, you can give us something else. All right, we've enjoyed chicken, we know chicken, we trust Kenchik, we trust the brand, so what else can you do? And they said, we're going beef. So Kenchik has partnered with many farmers in Laikipia, and you'll tell us whether you're also going to other farmers in other parts of the country, maybe part of the strategy going later. But currently farmers in Laikipia who are doing the rearing of their cattle, and then they slaughtered. It's taken through high quality checks. It is slaughtered in high quality environment. It's then packed, it's processed, and we have now sausage, we have minced beef, we have buravos, we have burger patties, we have got macon, all these now available in the market. Yep.
Yes.
So the fridge behind us here, behind Ndu, is written Kenchik and Ken Beef by Kenchik. Tukona Beef, which is what you come with, and the pictures of some of those things. Choice ni moja, taste ni noma. First of all, choice ni moja, taste ni noma. What does that mean?
Beef consumers, now that we're here, they only have one choice for their beef products. And if they choose Ken Beef, or they should choose Ken Beef, the taste ni noma. Taste ni wazimu, yeah. Yeah, so what you're telling them is choose Ken Beef, you only have one choice, and the taste is great. So your decision is easy to make.
Clearly.
Yeah.
So these products, they're available in the market. How do I tell that this is a Ken Beef product?
Okay, so they are currently available in all leading supermarkets in Kenya, and you can just tell from the look of it. It's in a black tray. There's a black sticker with the Ken Beef logo, which is red in color. And then there's by Kenchik. So there's Ken Beef by Kenchik, and then the actual product name, beef sausage, beef burger, with a very nice picture. So you'll just be able to spot it in the category because it's a very different branding, a whole different packaging altogether.
Okay.
Yes.
Looks similar to the Kenchik logo, actually, still.
Yes.
Just that now you removed the cuckoo inside there and you've put the cow.
The cow, yes.
And the kuku mfalme, you've removed the word kuku, you've retained the mfalme.
Mfalme, yes.
So the mfalme is still there. And then Ken Beef by Kenchik.
Yes.
So it's clear, even if you just don't know what Ken Beef is, then you'll see Ken Beef by Kenchik.
By Kenchik,
That's what you see on the logo. Okay. How different is it? How different is the Ken Beef sausage from other beef sausages in the market?
Okay, it all starts with the sauce of the beef. As I'd mentioned it before, happy cows in Laikipia, living in a very happy life.
Zen life.
Zen life. Even if you look at the logo, the cow looks like Okoh in a spa or something. And that's what we wanted. We wanted to raise the cows right, so that by the time they're slaughtered and they're processed and all that, you'll be able to taste the freshness when you're eating this product. So we're giving consumers a fresh, new taste of beef. Yeah, so there's what you're used to, and then there's Ken Beef.
Have you put some flavors in the like the sausages?
I can't really say flavor. Of course, you have some bit of spices, some bit of it kidogo too. Yeah, but it's not like it's very, very strong or anything. Yeah, it's just what you put in a sausage, in a normal sausage. It's just because now the beef is well sourced. It's ethically sourced. Yes, from happy cows, from Zen cows. Yes, so it's different. I mean, we'll encourage our consumers to go and try and give us their feedback. But I'm very positive that they like the new taste of beef products that we are churning out in the market.
So looking at processing of these products, does that mean then that you've had to have several processing centers set up for this? Or what happens? Is there one central point? Because, I mean, not an assumption, based on what you've said, there are different farmers that you're now sourcing the meat from.
Yes.
Do they all go to processing centers where these are all done, or is there one central location? And then how does that happen? Because we're looking at, quite a number of products here, and they all come from the beef.
Okay. So the farmers, as I mentioned, they're in Laikipia. So that's where the process starts. Of course, we are still very much integrated in the raising of this cattle. But now once they're done with the farm, they come to a processing plant in Thika. So it's the same compound, but it's a different compound it's a different building from chicken. So same compound in Thika, chicken is in its own building, and then beef is in another building. Yeah. So that now it's the same team, the same people who oversee all those processes. However, it's good to separate the same, because there are those guys who take chicken, they don't take beef, so there's no interaction with the same. However, the same quality standards are maintained for beef, just like for chicken. Yes.
When you talk about beef products and you talk about the array of beef products, yes, distinguished, clear. The packaging is different. It's actually very attractive from what I'm looking at it, and I'm seeing it's very, very attractive.
Okay.
But what is it? And you've even explained, yes, a bit of a flavor, a bit of this there.
Yeah.
Let me understand flavor. What is it that's going to stop me from buying the sausages I'm used to buying? What is it that's going to stop me from buying the
Burgos?
No,
burger.
Burger. What is going to stop me from buying what I've been buying?
The mince.
Yes, mince.
Yeah.
And why would I buy your mince as opposed to going to my butcher, where he cuts the meat as I see it and minces it as I see it?
So there are two questions there I'm seeing. In terms of other further processed product, other beef products, as you're just saying, we're giving you a fresh new taste. So there's what you're used to, which might not exactly be bad. It works for you. However, it's always good to try out something different, something fresh. It's a new year, it's a new month. Try something different. It tastes fresh, tastes great. It will actually guarantee whatever taste, flavor, preferences you have, you'll actually find it in canned beef.
How competitive is the cost?
The cost is affordable. That's what I'll mention. So when you compare with the current players, it's a bit affordable. Yes.
Compared to
the current players in the market. Yes. Yes. So in case maybe you're used to buying your beef from a certain player and you realize it's a bit high, so ours gives you some bit of cost savings. However, we're not very keen about the cost saving, because you're still getting the value and the quality that you expect from.
Let me ask this question, because at the back of my mind, this beef, is it good for choma?
Yes. Yes.
Even after it has aged, I can choma it.
Yes, you can choma it. Yes.
The best after you've aged.
After it has aged and I choma it, now I've got serious beef choma.
Yes.
For your age.
Yeah. And the beauty about it is standard beef in Kenya, you have like to, choma it very well. Otherwise, even if you want to eat medium rare, most probably it's going to be very tough meat.
Yeah.
So with ours, you can just put it kidogo in case you like your meat a bit red kiasi, a bit pinkish. This is the right meat for you. So you don't need to choma it for a very long while so that it softens with heat. It's already soft, so you can enjoy it just with some slight heating.
Mohammed is asking, are these products halal?
Yes.
Explain.
The products are 100% halal. And when you look at halal from a Muslim perspective, is how you slaughter an animal. So you're supposed to use a very sharp knife, and then there's a certain part of the neck you're supposed to slaughter so that the animal doesn't feel any pain. So we have all that. Even if you go to a processing plant, and I'll mention chicken a lot here, a lot of this is automated. However, when it comes to the actual slaughtering, it's being done by Muslims and it's being done in a halal way. But halal for us goes further. Apart from just slaughtering, is how you raise animals. I mean, if you look at life from a religious perspective, man is the prime predator, or you're at the top of the food chain. So just because you're at the top of the food chain, you shouldn't abuse your power. For example, you're just gongaing buzis and chicken. It's not right, because they're God's creation. So ours are raised very well, such that by the time they're slaughtering, of course, they wake up in chicken or cow heaven, and that is on your plate. So all that process, we want to ensure that animal welfare standards are maintained throughout the value chain, and that's what is halal to us.
That's a big thing. It's a big thing, and it's an important thing.
It's very important.
It's an important thing. So, source right now is Laikipia.
Yes.
Are there plans to talk to farmers elsewhere, to contract farmers?
Okay, I can't really say there are plans right now, but of course maybe in the future there could be that possibility. But Laikipia is one of the areas whereby the environment conditions and all that is very ideal for growing good beef. And of course, when you're working with one set of farmers, it's always good to start with them, and then you may never know what the future might hold. So if our consumers want us to partner with more farmers, they should buy our products. When demand goes up, then definitely there could be discussions about partnering with other farmers in different parts of Kenya. Yes, but I can't say that's the plan right now.
Yeah. I think this is interesting because then in terms of a Kenyan product, a Kenyan flagship product, and also looking at, brand Kenya, for example, then being able to push the product to different outlets. What are plans for that? Because, here's, I think, a unique opportunity for a product that is literally grown, produced, sourced, everything here in Kenya, and then you are able to have, these great products across the board for different kinds of meals, whether it's a snack or it's a full meal. Then there's an opportunity to go far and wide within the country and use it as a Kenyan product that's served here.
Okay.
What would be the thought around something like that?
Are you referring to the Buy Kenya, Build Kenya? Sort of like mantra? That's something we've been advocating, or we've been practicing for a while, just telling consumers that this is a local product made by local Kenyan farmers or produced by local Kenyan farmers. So we are keen on that. Even in our communication, we always have that made in Kenya or Buy Kenya, Build Kenya logo. We always have it in our product, in our comms, and we always push that, we always discuss that, so that guys know that if you're buying Kenchik, you're actually supporting local farmers, you're supporting the local economy. So anyone who buys Kenbe should have that pride of, this is, I'm building my country, or I'm building the local economy. Yes.
People then also knew that, because we can't separate the two, whatever we do. So people also knew that Kenchik supported local farmers to start their own poultry.
Yes.
Over time. Okay, so then one would extrapolate and say, would you look at a situation whereby now going Ken beef, going through to see if cattle farmers then would be able to raise cattle specifically for providing it for Ken beef?
Yes.
So going into cattle rearing or cattle farming, because I know at the end of the day you will take this beef and you will use it for the product that you now put on the shelf.
So the process has already started. We are working with local farmers in Laikipia. It could be a bit small scale for now because the brand is still new.
Yes.
However, that process has already started. Yeah. So even now, the beef you'll consume today, it was raised in Laikipia. Yeah. So, but you may never know what the future holds. I can't really speak much about the business, but I know for sure supporting local farmers, actually sustainability, not just even local farmers, being a sustainably raised business is a great purpose for us. In fact, we even changed our mission statement, which is to sort of like support ethical, sustainable food production. So that's something that is very keen for us. For those who have been even following Kenchik, they realize that as much as we are a very consumer-led business, we're also keen about sustainability. Like now, for example, in January, we partnered with Chloride Exide to have solar grid tie in our processing plant and also in our hatchery. So small things that we're doing, or some which are coming in a bigger way, is for us to be more sustainable and have a bigger impact. So it's not about how much chicken, how much beef we'll be able to sell, which is still important, but how many people we impact, whether it's farmers, consumers, our own staff, including myself. So we are very, very keen on making that impact, and that's the future of Kenchik.
When you say 40 years into the business, what would you say is your market share when it comes to the products that Kenchik is now offering?
Okay, I'll not really give a number, but I know we are still the market leader when it comes to branded chicken.
Okay.
Yes, so we've maintained that leadership over the years. Of course, there are local farmers which are coming up, and I mean, it's always good to have a vibrant marketplace, but actually you'll be shocked or you'll be surprised to find that these farmers actually buy our day-old chicks. So Kenchik is in two ways. There's the processed chicken or the foods where we've been talking about. Then there's also the day-old chicks. And with the day-old chicks business, it's not just Vifaranga. There's a lot also that is being done by the business in terms of educating the farmers, telling them this is the right size of the house for this number of chicks, this is the right food, this is the right water. So we do all that. So it's not about us selling chicken, but also how much impact or how much development with the poultry industry gets to because of some of the efforts and the initiatives that we are doing. However, when it comes to branded chicken, we've maintained a very strong market leadership position, which is good, and our consumers know that. Yes.
Why I asked the question is the Kenyan market adequate, or does Kenchik also venture into the region?
So Kenchik is part of a bigger group called Africa Poultry Development Limited, and there's Kenchik Kenya, Kenchik Uganda, then there's Interchik in Tanzania, and then there's another company in Zambia. So we're not just in Kenya, we are everywhere, but also the Kenchik in Kenya we supply to different markets as well, like Rwanda and Congo. So it's growing out of Kenya. It's no longer just a local brand. I mean, it's very much locally managed and all that, but we're actually now growing and venturing to different countries. Yes.
You've answered the next question I was going to ask.
Okay.
So I will not ask it.
Okay. If I saw that one. Yeah, so we have, Kenchik is quite broad now. Yes.
And in terms of like supporting, like you said, thinking of how you're supporting local farmers, you're supporting people, jobs directly and indirectly. This new line, Ken Beef by Kenchik.
Yes.
Obviously, it has come with a lot of investment in the entire chain. Are you able to quantify and like put figures or numbers? How many new people have been employed as a result of Ken Beef by Kenchik?
I can't really quantify right now because a lot of it is being done at different level of business, and there's a lot of conversations going on in there. But let me just start even from our own sales team. There's been a new recruitment. Even if you go to our social media pages, the last few weeks we've actually recruited more people in the sales team just to be able to support this product. But now there's a whole bigger impact than just hiring a few people. It's those farmers that are guaranteed this is where the beef is going to. It's the people who are in the slaughtering industry. It's the different chains that are actually making a profit from reselling this product. So when there was Kenchik before, now there's Ken Beef. Of course, there's a bigger profitability for them. Yeah, so the impact is wider, and as time goes, as consumers buy more of a product, they'll be able to actually see and quantify the impact at a larger scale. Yes.
In terms of professionals employed at Kenchik, I'm just looking at meat, and meat is something that people are very, very conscious about.
Yes.
Safety and just making sure that they're getting quality. So what kind of professionals are employed here to ensure this? You have health professionals, you have veterinary doctors.
Yes.
Right? So how do they work from the farmer end to ensure that these cattle are being raised properly to the slaughterhouses to ensure that the proper handling and slaughtering is happening, all the way to the market to ensure that the butchers and the butcheries are maintaining the standard?
Okay, good question. So we have experts in different fields, as you had mentioned, the veterinary medicine, animal husbandry, food production, slaughtering. So we are in partnership with the farmers. We oversee all that, all the way from when the calves are born. We oversee what they're feeding, how their condition is, their health status. So there's a team already that is already working with this farmer. So as much as actually our head office is just here at Enterprise Road, as much as that's where the head office is, the larger, more technical team is actually on the ground with the farmers, with the different products or the different animals that we actually want to slaughter. So they oversee that process. Even when it comes to the slaughtering process, the experts from the government, experts from the different non-governmental organizations, just to oversee food production. Because if you're doing food production from a massive scale, of course, there has to be those checks and balances just to ensure that consumers are getting what they're supposed to get. So they're guaranteed of that quality because of the extra care and concern that is being taken over by the different experts from Kenchik to government and to other NGOs. Yeah, kizungu nyingi kidogo.
People are asking various questions there. Some of them are funny. When will we see canned fish, canned goat, canned pork?
So before we used to be, our vision used to be there to be the chicken of choice, but now we're the food partner of choice. So that means we're not limiting ourselves to chicken and beef. You may never know. I mean, right now beef is the next, or is the big thing that we've done. However, they need to be on the lookout for other products and offering coming from us. Yes.
Somebody who would like a retailer who would like to stock canned beef products, what do they require?
Maybe they could just share their contacts with us on our social media pages, and then someone from our plant will be in touch with them, or from the sales team, just to see their capabilities, see where they are, and then that conversation will continue from there.
Okay, what are the minimum requirements? For example, do I need a chiller? Do I need a fridge, a freezer?
So for now, of course, you need to have, because the products have to be sold fresh or frozen, so you need to have either a chiller or a freezer, some bit of space. And of course, by the time you're being a retailer, you need to know your market. I mean, you can't open a shop and you know for sure there are no customers coming. So it needs to be in a place where the market is. And the beauty about that is we are very, very keen on brand building. So advertising and all that brand awareness, we're doing wet testing at the moment in weekends. So already we're doing that aspect from a marketing perspective. So when you're opening up your shop, regardless on what you're going to sell, you need to know for sure that there are customers who are going to visit your shop. But having a chiller, having a freezer, being a licensed business, being a tax-paying business are one of those things we look forward to, yes, because we need taxes.
What do you see as a challenge right now to be able to push this into the market today? What do you see as a challenge? Sometimes we say that embracing the challenge then makes it easier to go through. What is going to be difficult?
Okay. So what's going to be a challenge, and it's not really a big challenge, is most consumers are used to one taste of beef. So you'll find they're used to buying from a certain player. So, and not everyone is willing, not everyone is open to try new things, but to encourage them, just try. You'll definitely like the product and you'll come back. So that's one of the challenges. The other challenge is, as we've discussed here, there are a lot of questions. Where is this beef coming from? Who's supplying this beef? Who's growing this cattle? So in part of our marketing and communication plan is just also now to demystify that process, just like we did with chicken, just to assure and guarantee our consumers that the same quality that you've been getting from us for the last 40 years is the same quality you're getting from canned beef. So there's that aspect of the taste, and then also being assured that what you're buying is actually good for you. Yes. Yeah.
So what are those communication lines? Somebody who would like maybe to get in touch with canned beef to have conversations about stocking, or somebody who maybe would have a complaint.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they can, the easiest way is for them to follow our social media pages and then to DM or inbox us, or they could write an email to us, info@kenchik.com or marketing@kenchik.com, in case you have a commercially leaning question, or you can call us on 0703 056 056.
Okay.
Yes.
Are there chances of you diversifying further from this processed meat? So, for example, can I get canned beef matumbo?
Okay.
Canned beef mutura, and those other products?
For now, I can say the future is open. Yes, the future is open. I mean, there's that excitement even for myself just to launch or to go into different ventures, but of course it has to be done in the right way, making sure there's that support system, there's the right infrastructure for us to launch. And right now we are on canned beef. So canned beef is our newest baby, but of course in future I can't really say this is where we're going to head to, but I know for sure the future is exciting. Yeah, so Kenchik will be this innovative diversified company that's no longer just a chicken company. We're still chicken in our core. However, there's a lot more we're churning out to the market.
So in the meantime, Arnold, hizo matumbo zikitoka kwa hiyo ng'ombe zinaenda. Tunaweza
Unaona tutaongea kando because azizi
ng'ombe imechinjwa na matumbo haikui packed hapa. Sasa matumbo inaenda na kichwa na ulimi, hooves na masikio na hooves.
Hapo nyuma ya tent. Tuongee nyuma ya tent.
Conversation nyuma ya tent.
Yeah, nyuma ya tent here.
All right. So again, just to recap this conversation, Ken Cheek has decided to listen to the market. And the market says, we like what you've been giving us so far. We want something new.
Okay.
And Ken Cheek has decided, let's go Ken Beef. Okay? So again, tell people who have just tuned in, what is Ken Beef? In a minute.
Okay, so Ken Beef by Kenchik is the latest offering, the latest baby of Kenchik. And we have partnered with local farmers in Mount Kenya in Laikipia to grow the cattle on grass-fed diet. Thus you ensure your cows are growing very healthy, they're walking freely, they can walk around, they are very peaceful. And then when they're slaughtered, there's two sides of the brand. There's the prime beef, which is wet aged for 21 days to give you the versatility, the taste, the flavor that you expect from your beef. And then there's a further processed product, the sausages, the burger, the burritos and all that. And the proof is in the pudding. So please go buy, try the product and you'll be happy with what you've bought.
Asante sana. Yes. They've got beef. Wanasema tuko na beef.
Tuko na beef.
Ken Beef.
Yes.
Choice ni moja.
Taste ni noma.
That is Arnold Mwagodi, the brand manager at Kenchik, now introducing Ken Beef by Kenchik. Go to any retail store and look for the Ken Beef by Kenchik. You'll find it. The logo is clearly written Ken Beef by Kenchik. It has a ng'ombe there. It is written Mfalme. And then you can see whether it's a burger, whether it's a chicken, or whether it's a burbo. And all those others. Keep it here. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It's now 8 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here. The news at the top of the hour on Vibes Radio.
This is the news from Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad Nasir has dismissed critics who say his ban on the Muga variant of cart is the coastal county is a detriment to the economic well-being of farmers in the central region. Speaking during a local TV interview, Nasir said the stimulant mainly grown in Meru and Embu counties has thrown Mombasa youth into addiction for years now, adding that it's time leaders addressed it.
I was just looking at some of the leaders on the other side. Instead of them trying to figure out what the problem is, then they try and rubbish our assertions on how much this is truly a problem. We did our own research, about 11,000 girls and 11,000 boys from primary, secondary, tertiary levels, just trying to figure out what is the reason as to why education levels are becoming a hindrance. Of course, there are very many factors, but guess what? One of the factors that is there is when a child tells you, Muguka is right outside my school gate. The reason why they say no to it is because 30% of their market is actually that.
Governor Nasir further said that unlike other coastal counties, his government won't introduce or take the increasing levies of 6,000 bob per box of Muguka, as he's not interested in collecting levies.
On our part, in our Finance Act, it's 6,000 shillings per bag of muguka, and or there was also going to be another charge, and we prefer that we're going to stick at 6,000 until this matter is going to be determined. At 6,000, if you calculate the amount per truck, and I'm assuming a truck carries about 300, kindly do deposit 1.8 million shillings so that we can be able to take our children. And by the way, I'd be better off without that 1.8 million shillings by any time.
Kapseret MP Oscar Sudi Assembly has asked political and religious leaders to preach peace and harmony among Kenyans as one way to end tribalism in the country. Speaking in Kakamega, Sudi said the tribal politics in the country is outdated, while praising President William Ruto's speech in Bungoma for his commitment to ending the vice.
Hata nyinyi kanisani, hiyo mwambili hapa, peleka Bungoma. Ukitoka Bungoma, peleka Nairobi. Ukitoka Nairobi, peleka Mombasa. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Na mimi nataka niambie nini watu wa Nairobi. Kitu ni hivyo mambo na ukabila. Tuache ukabila. Mimi nataka nikikuja hapa, ninajisikia niko Kenya. Nikienda Nyeri, najisikia niko Kenya. Nikienda Mombasa, najisikia niko Kenya. Ino radio. Na nikaongea na ripoti na pale tukijadiliana. Nikaambia hawa, hii mambo ya ukabila tuache. Especially, wale nawapatia mfano mzuri, especially watu wa Mount Kenya. Watu wa Mount Kenya sio watu wa Mount Kenya. Wakikuyu wako sehemu zote za Kenya. Hapa Mount Kenya, sisi watu wa Mount Kenya, sisi watu wa Western, hapana. Na ndio tunataka kushikana. Ni maana kusema sisi ni watu wa Mount Kenya, sisi watu wa ulema, hiyo maneno tuache. Wacha produce watu international, huko watu ya kwa fulani. Tunataka wa Kenya wote wajiite wa Kenya.
Mumias SMP Peter Selassie on his part called on the national government to put in place strategies to ensure that the projects that had stalled in Kakamega County are completed on time.
Sababu tumeona kama sisi mpango ya stima tunataka kuleta katika Kakamega County. Na hiyo ndio kitu tunataka. Sasa hivi tunajua tuko katika milengo tofauti. Lakini hata tukiwa katika milengo kura sasa hivi wakati tutakuja watu tutapiga siasa. Lakini kwa sasa hivi tumeongezewa na vile rais tumesema kwamba unconditional love yetu ya Kakamega sasa sisi tuongezea na ile ya government promise hata kama ya kiwanja sisi tutaka kwenda kule Lugumi tukaje tukifikie hapa Kakamega. Na tunataka kumwambia ndege ya kupata hata kutoka hii ya Kakamega na moja imeshona hata wezi pata ya tunataka tuongezee ndege zingine. Sasa naambia ule waziri wa transport bwana Murkomen atuongezee ndege zingine ili kwamba tunaenda mpaka Kisumu pale. Alafu hiyo mpango ya expand ile airport iendelee mbele.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
You know that feeling where there's like a pain at the back of your head? What? You almost want to... But what about that moment when the pain finally starts to fade away? That moment when you go back to ordinary, to being your best self again. And it feels so good.
Get effective release from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Release starts here. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice. Always read label before use.
For years, Kenchik has been your go-to for top-notch chicken. But now, we've got something new cooking up. Ken Beef. Tukona beef. Made from grass-fed, tender and flavorful beef, Ken Beef is the perfect choice for all your beef cravings. And to tell you just how good it is, we have Mercy, who will try it for the first time.
Hisosini moto, the explosion of flavors. The juiciness. It's unlike anything I've ever tasted before.
Mercy says it's full of flavor and different from anything she's ever tasted. She now has only one choice when it comes to beef sausages. She says it would be great for a power breakfast or a quick snack. She says, what are you guys waiting for?
There's traffic in the city this morning. It's busy coming off of Kangunda Road. Jogo Road is busy. Manyanja Road is busy going then towards the city. Everybody trying to find a way to the CBD this morning. Very heavy on the Thika Superhighway this morning, coming all the way from Clayworks through towards Kasarani. And also there's some traffic coming in from Clay City. Very, very heavy this morning. Coming into the CBD. All right, coming out of Westlands as well, some movement there. James Gishuru, also on this other side of things, Ngong Road, Langata Road, then going towards Raila Odinga Way, extremely busy today. Where are you? Are you stuck anywhere? How about you talk to us and let us know, and then we can spread the word to avoid and then find an alternate route? Yes, let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Lafiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
8 minutes after 8, how are you doing? Welcome to the third of Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy Monday, the first Monday of June 2024. By the end of this month, you should have filed your tax returns for the year ended June 31st, 2023, right? Your income tax returns, if you haven't done so. It opens immediately from January, but you know we have to do it in June because we are Kenyans. Okay. Now, also, if by the end of the year 2022, there were some tax obligations that you had for income, and you had not paid those tax obligations, and then you were slapped with interest and penalties, and now you're looking at that figure and thinking, so the principal was X, plus interest, Y, plus penalty, Z. So you have X, Y, Z as your tax arrears. KRA says we can remove the Y and the Z. Let's only deal with the X, okay? And that's what they're saying, that you can now deal with just your tax principal if you've got any principal arrears for the year up to December 31st, 2022. Talk to KRA. There's a tax amnesty program that's ongoing. Talk to them, work out a repayment plan. The penalty and interest will be removed. You deal with the main principal. You work out how you can pay that. It comes to an end of this month as well. So how do you do that? How do you apply for the amnesty?
Take advantage of it now. You need to go then to the KRA website and you'll find iTax when then it talks about debt and some of those payments, and then you put that in. There's 6 steps to follow. Very easy. It just tells you go here, click here. If you apply here, do this. Very easy. You go through it, but you need to get on it and do it now. Then you can dial the number and also call and speak to a human on the other side who will then walk you through these things. It's 0711-099-999, or go to the KRA website, www.kra.go.ke.
Kabisa. City, in which county is Saboti constituency?
Is Saboti in Vihiga County?
Good. Next.
The question was related to you,
Yes.
not to me.
No, it was directed to me.
And you're looking at me.
Okay,
Yes, it's you who comes from there.
Okay,
No, I don't think I'm wrong.
Saboti was about.
No, that's Tanzania. Yes.
So
it's in.
I think it's Vihiga County.
That's Sabatia.
That's Sabati.
Yeah.
Is it not in Trans Nzoia?
Yeah.
Sabatia, Vihiga.
Sabatia is in Vihiga. Saboti is in Trans Nzoia. And apparently I was born in Sabatia and I'm MP Saboti.
Bas. That's the member of parliament for Saboti constituency. Who's our next guest? Caleb. Amisi. Caleb.
Yes.
Caleb is here.
Yeah, we crossed Caleb long time ago.
The man who owns the name said it's Caleb.
Yeah. Caleb ilikuwa primary.
Yes.
Caleb is academy.
That's only Caleb Amisi.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa, good morning.
Groups of schools. That's how.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Karibu
Good
sana.
morning, everyone.
How many constituencies are in Trans Nzoia County?
5, we have Saboti as number 1. Always number 1 because I'm always rated number 1 in development. So we start there. Then we have Cherengani, currently led by Simiu. And then we have Kiminini. Kiminini is currently led by Kakai Bisau. And then we have Kwanza, led by Ferdinand Wanyonyi. We call him Magufuli. And then we have Endebes, led by Dr. Bukose. And that's Trans Nzoia. And of course, the Trans Nzoia County led by my good friend Natembea. Yes. The women rep is Yoi, and the senator is Alan Chesang.
Right.
That's the complete leadership. I can go on mentioning MCS, but I think we don't have the time.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
It borders several other counties.
It borders, I think, Kakamega, around Kiminini's side, okay, Bungoma, because there is Tongareni, they are close to Kiminini. On the other side, there is also partly Kakamega, because of Likuyani there. Then Wasingishu because of Moise Bridge down there. Then Marakwet, Elgeyo Marakwet, because of Cherengani up there, the hills. Partly West Pokot, because of that Makutano area. Then on this other side, Bungoma. Okay, there is also Uganda, Endebes there, Swam. You know, there is also another route from, in fact, from all the way from Namanga. You cross from Namanga to Uganda. How? From Namanga, you come to Mombasa Road, Waiyaki Way, Uhuru Waiyaki Way, all the way to Naivasha, Gilgil, Nakuru, Eldoret, Webuye. Okay, there's one for Webuye towards Malaba, but now at Mile Saba, you go to Kitale, then from Kitale, Matisi at my home, and then all the way to Endebes and the Swam. So it is a whole highway from Tanzania to Uganda.
Very good.
Then, of course, is Bungoma at around Mount Elgon is Bungoma, so I border Mount Elgon. Then Kaptama, Kiminini, also borders there. Yeah, those are our neighbors.
Very good.
Yeah.
It's a big county.
Very.
It's a Trans Nzoia.
Yeah, and it's the most cosmopolitan. All tribes that are in Kenya are in Trans Nzoia, and all tribes that are in Kenya in my constituency. So Saboti is one of the most cosmopolitan constituencies, including Indians are there, and are my voters.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, City. Now that homework has been done.
No, it has been done.
Now you give him the homework.
And I'm very grateful.
This week the proverbs are from?
The Gambia.
Okay.
The Republic of Gambia.
Uliza swali moja.
Kutoka huko. Mheshimiwa, just so that I can appear to be somebody who understands courtesy when we have guests, I have a question to ask the guest. Would you know the capital of Gambia?
Gambia.
Small country.
A very small country.
In West Africa.
In West Africa. It's not Gaborone, yeah?
That one is further down.
Gaborone is for
Botswana. Yes.
Not Banjul?
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
You have got it.
Yes.
Yes.
Geography.
No, this is geography. That's why I chose a particular question. Yes.
Maybe I'm not an easy person, man.
You're Caleb after all.
Missy Kidogo.
Yes. Much more not small.
What's the proverb?
Never mind how ugly this proverb is intended. I have to preface it. This proverb.
Why did you just choose an ugly proverb to me?
No, it's not you. It's a proverb for the day. And whatever I'm about to say, I may use the word you, which I'm not referring to you. It's you in the general sense of the word. It's the Catholic approach to the word you. Never mind how ugly your nose is, so long as you can breathe through it.
Yes. So my nose is ugly.
That is the reason why I premised it by saying it has nothing to do with you. The you is a general term for anyone who's listening. It doesn't matter.
But how come the whites have long nose? So, because they're clever. Why? What's
ugly doesn't mean that you have a nose that looks like a vacuum cleaner. It can look like a pencil.
Yes.
Still a nose.
Yes, yes. So you want the meaning?
What's the interpretation of the proverb?
Now, could you now repeat the proverb?
Yes. Never mind how ugly your nose is, so long as you can breathe through it.
It looks like a straightforward proverb. But I think it's from different angles, in my view. I'm not good in interpreting proverbs and misemos, because they are identical to the culture and area and the region. There are some proverbs that are said in West Africa. When you come to East Africa, you find a different meaning. Yeah, but I think no matter what you have, as long as it is helping you to achieve your goals, maybe that is a simple way of looking at it.
And sometimes simplicity is the best way of looking at it.
Yes,
it's absolutely correct.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. So, Mheshimiwa, the Madaraka Day celebrations for this year were conducted in Western Kenya, in a neighboring county. And we saw you on social media from speaking at various public fora, and you had an issue or two about the president's visit to Western Kenya. Can you just give us, in summary, what's your view of this?
I didn't have an issue with the president visiting Kenya, Western Kenya. He has been visiting and has had some cordial, reception. And my problem is the premature excitement of leaders, and leaders behaving that the presence of president in one day can change the economic situation of that region, and the sheer ignorance of leaders. You saw some leaders being paraded at night, the wee hours, sitting like small kids on a stool, waiting for the president, probably ostensibly to be given something small to attend Madaraka Day. That's what I heard. They're waiting for something small. They are not waiting to discuss development of Western at night. I guess if you are to discuss the development of Western at night, you'll not be paraded in the cold, in the wee hours, to talk about Western. And then what are we talking about development at night? To me, I think leaders missed an opportunity to take presidents down deep to our roads. Because if you bring presidents to an airstrip that has been constructed by the army for the last 1 month, he's landing on an airstrip in Bungoma, and they're thinking this is how the rest of Western is, something that has been done. And I think we must run away from this tokenism. Just because you want to hold a Madaraka Day in a county, that's the time now you make an airstrip. So what happens tomorrow? Are we going to have flights landing in that airstrip? No. It's going to be idle. Grass will grow on it until another Madaraka Day. That's when they'll do a renovation. Because there's no planes landing there. It was just the first army plane carrying the president, and that will be it. And the amount of money that has been used on that particular day, to a tune of 900 million, you can imagine how many roads that could be constructed across. My constituency alone is always rated as the only constituency in the entire region, or either Western or Kenya, that has no road to bitumen standard. Not tarmac road whatsoever.
Not a single kilometer.
Not even a single kilometer. I've been going to Murkomen until everybody in that office knows me because of that situation. It is a concern that was left behind for a long time. Remember, most of the leaders has been opposition from Wamalwa Kijana, Most leaders from that have been from opposition. I don't know, maybe that is the reason. But you can imagine I just needed like 200 million out of that 900 to just make the road passable. I don't even want to do the tarmac or the bitumen standard. I just want to make the road passable. And that means people can take their produce to the nearest market, and the movement of border borders can, women's being carried on border, they are not able to, stuck on the mud and all that. So I believe the amount of money that has been used for that one day could have done so many roads across Aboti, so many roads across Bungoma, but this was just to impress one person, the President of the Republic of Kenya.
Why would people think that the president visiting Western would suddenly and this is not just in Western, it doesn't matter where he's been over the last, 1 year or so. The thinking is that because he has visited an area, the local leadership then believe that some kind of development agenda will be fulfilled because he's visiting. To me, it's myopic, but why would anybody think that?
Yes, you are very right. In fact, you are supposed to be a better member of parliament than those people. If members of parliament were, nominated, I could have nominated you today.
Thank you.
But unfortunately, they're elected, and it was a very bad picture. I looked at it. I was not there. I can never be invited anyway. You know that. They invite all members of parliament except Caleb Amisi. I'm the only member from Western region who has never met William Ruto. The only one.
What do you mean?
I've never met him. And I'm the only elected member of, not even a member of parliament, whether it's governor, MCA, women rep, any elected leader nominated in the entire Western region, I'm the only one who has never met William Ruto.
Why?
Because my principles and his are like day and night. And what will I be meeting William Ruto to do? What? To listen to his lies? I don't belong to that category of people who listen to lies. I will meet a leader whom we can talk in the same wavelengths.
What are you saying? Are you saying that you will not be party to that, or that everything that he is saying actually doesn't make sense or is not true?
Everything he does doesn't make sense, is not true. For example, if you are paraded at night in the wee hours in a state lodge somewhere in Kakamega to be given tokenism so that you can mobilize people to go to a Madaraka Day, instead of calling these leaders in broad daylight, maybe in that very stadium or even in State House, to discuss the overall development of the people of Western, including even those who don't agree with you, even like Caleb Amis. But if you call only those who agree with you and you ignore those who do not agree with you, it means you are doing politics. You have not doing development. And if you ask those leaders, so after meeting the president, how many roads are going to be constructed? How many schools are going to be constructed? Which new university is going to be built? How many of our youths are going to get employment, whether it is through that internet thing on Viz or whatever? What is this impact that has been created? They have no idea. They got their money, they pocketed, they went drinking. Those who drink, those who are pastors, they went to the church, and that is it. The day is ended. My celebration is ended. The locals have eaten their nyama and rice. They have gone, and life goes on as if nothing happened.
Caleb,
this is kind of.
Are you saying, Caleb? Are you aware what conversations took place between the elected leaders and the president and other people from the national leadership? Do you know what
there can never be a conversation between a president and the members of parliament. Never.
What do you mean?
Why?
Because the president has a very singular duty from members of parliament. The president cannot dish development because he has no power in the constitution to dish development. It is the parliament, members of parliament, who appropriate money for various projects across the country. We've just passed the budget policy statement. The budget policy statement was not for Uganda or Tanzania.
I'm sorry,
the budget policy statement.
I ask you if members of parliament actually know this, because members of parliament themselves were the ones who were running around trying to get to Bungoma everybody's looking for the last flight from Kisumu, from Nairobi to Kisumu, and here you are telling us that members of parliament should actually know that the power is vested in them to appropriate development. But still, we're running helter-skelter at the behest of the president to hope for some kind of goodies to land in their hands. We had a senator who was complaining over the weekend and said, no, why is all this talk going to Bungoma? It should be coming to Kakamega. For goodness sake, members of parliament should be aware that they are responsible for the appropriation of development, and yet are following the same president whom you say has a singular duty. Why?
Yes, exactly. Why? The president was
all
coming.
Of you then should go home.
Not all of us. All of them, except Caleb. That's why I'm never called, because I'll question them. They know that I will question. People know that I'm not a person who was brought by a godfather. I came to politics on my own. I did my politics on my own, even when Baba, my party leader, goes wrong. The other day when he took us to the streets in front of my members of parliament, I asked Baba, don't take us to streets, and then the next minute you are shaking hands with the president. That's what happened. And people were shocked. People were touching me down here to nyamaza. Unaongelesha mzee. Because, you see, I'm just myself. When things are not right, I'll tell you these are not right. So, the reason why they don't call me in such a meeting, because they know I will embarrass the president. And they don't want him to be embarrassed, because then they'll not get that small thing they want from the president. And the small thing is just little coin to their pocket. If you ask them, so what did the president say, or which road will be constructed tomorrow? There isn't. So what did the president say that there will be a new airport that will be constructed? When and how much? They'll not tell you. The president came to officiate a national function. That's it. That is his duty. His duty is not to walk around the country dishing development. It is never in any constitution.
But why would you call it dishing development when you yourself has told us that you keep going to Kipchumba Murkomen's office?
I go there to explain my program. The reason why I go to Murkomen is one. Number two, to just make him understand, because Kipchumba Murkomen has been avoiding to come to parliament. I have enough questions lined up at my table room number 8 in parliament, by Caleb and Miss MP for Saboti, for Kipchumba Murkomen to come and answer. He has never, because Kimani Ichung'wah is somehow protect this cabinet secretaries from coming to answer questions in parliament. So when you go
to his office, what are you saying?
When I go to the office, I go and to explain to him, please, as you make your program, because I know there are programs on roads network, which I have an opportunity to do it in parliament, but you don't appear. So I have to appear to your office to explain to you that my roads in Trans Nzoia and Saboti are a dire, a place that he knows very well. And I have shared with him that instead of this money you put on Kera, every financial year there is about 50 or 60 million on maintenance. If for the 5 years, if you put this money together, it's about 300 million. This is money that can even make a few kilometers of tarmac road.
So why has that not happened? And yet you are the member of parliament, you appropriate all this money, even the money that comes from the road maintenance.
Number one, I don't.
You know how much it goes into each constituency, how much is allocated per constituency. Why haven't you been able to do it? Why do you?
Why? Because the parliament is also a theatre of politics. It is a theatre of politics. Why? Because everything is about numbers. We make, as a minority, we make our noise. I'm on record making noise. But those who sit in parliament and in the leadership of the committees are led by the ruling party. And once you present your proposal there, eventually they're ignored. Why? Because the president wants this to be done. The money is directed to this. The money is directed to this. So you are left out. So parliament is not... If parliament was a way that you present your own budget and it passes, then I'll be ready to be hanged. But the problem is, it is a game of numbers. You present your views, but the numbers... You saw what happens with Linturi. We voted 149 members against that. And what happened, they formed a committee to investigate him. That committee of 11 members, majority came from UDA, which is now the majority. The biggest calamity that happens to parliament is for the speaker, whom we are going to chase from Western very soon. If it's for the speaker Yes, we are going to chase the Speaker and the Mudavadi at the cost of the troubles of the Mulembe nation. If the Speaker agrees that a list coming from Kimani Ichunga, consisting of members who have voted no, and is the members you are choosing to put in that list, really, is that not a travesty of justice? Why not choose from yes and a no team so that it is balanced? But he specifically looked for members who supported Linturi in the voting, and he put them in that select committee. Right. What do you expect? And it is so intentional. That's why I said we do not have governance here.
You don't have leadership.
We don't have leadership.
Before we go to the break,
they're just jokers. Yes?
Before we go to the break, I just want to stick on that issue of meeting the president, right? Sounds to me that meeting the Kipchumba Murkomen's boss and taking the case that you had on roads for Saboti and saying there's money allocated for road development and maintenance in Saboti constituency, I want it to put into good use and the contracting to happen haraka haraka. If Kipchumba is not seeing you, you can see the boss. Maybe that's what all the other members of parliament in Western are doing.
Then
they're going to report the minister.
But has anything happened to their constituency? None. I was in Kakamega in a funeral of one of my friends called Toto. The father died in Kakamega. People are crying. All those members from Kakamega, they see the president, not see the president, they call him on a daily basis. The president visits in their Arambes. Has anything happened to them? Secondly, which people around president will allow Caleb Amis to near State House, knowing very well that he's a lethal opposition leader? Who will allow me? Thirdly, even if you meet the president and you know the kind of liar he is, how he knows how to play to the public gallery, he will just tell you, hii itafanyika kesho asubuhi, na apigie Murkomen simu na amwambie hii maneno imefanyika. Will you stick in State House waiting for it to be done until you leave? You will leave with that lie alongside until now. The next time you meet him and he'll explain to you how the floods ravaged the whole country and money was diverted. There will always be a lie to a lie to a lie until Jesus comes.
Time for a break. 26 minutes to 9. Caleb Amisi is a member of parliament for Saboti constituency. Saboti is in Trans Nzoia County. In the neighboring county of Bungoma, there was the national celebration over the weekend, and the president did a tour around of that area and that region. Caleb is saying some of his colleagues who are leaders from that region are just, moving around with the president and wasting a lot of time, not getting much out of it. Let's discuss that after this break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Planning an outdoor event and in need of a remarkable venue? Your search ends here. Explore the peaceful ambience of the Green Park Garden located at the Standard Group Center on Mombasa Road. Whether it's a corporate affair, a joyous birthday celebration, a dreamy wedding, or any special event, our serene ambience sets the perfect stage. Marvel at the diverse array of plants, each with its unique texture, color, and fragrance, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Don't miss out on this extraordinary opportunity. To reserve your spot in our green sanctuary, contact Greg at 0714-673547. Embrace nature's touch at Green Park Garden.
The weather with SpiceFM.
A bit of a sunny condition in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 15. Looking into then a sunny Nyeri, going to highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 26 and a partly cloudy Nakuru at 15. It's clear at 13 in Eldoret with highs of 25, and looking into a partly cloudy Mombasa at 25, we'll see highs of 31. Malindi at 26 is partly cloudy, going to highs of 31. Kisumu is clear at 20 with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 in Kakamega, where it's cloudy at 17. It's clear at 19 in Kampala with highs of 29, and Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 25. We'll see highs of 33. Johannesburg at 10, mostly clear, highs of 15, lows of -1, while Mogadishu is sunny at 26. It'll go to highs of 32. Addis Ababa at 15 is sunny with highs of 27. And we're looking into a partly cloudy Lagos at 25 with highs of 31, and 31 will be the high in a clear Kinshasa at 23.
Nice, mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just fully and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of SpiceFM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.
Traffic still continues in the city this morning. We're looking at it coming off of Langata Road, and that's heavy. Some of it will touch then onto Raila Odinga Way, and also then traffic coming off of Ngong Road still continues to be busy. It's busy coming off Thika Superhighway. That was crazy from much earlier before traffic hour, and it continues all the way in from Clayworks today. Not quite sure what's causing that. Use the service lanes. They're working. James Gishiro getting towards Waiaki Way is also pretty busy right about now, and we'll see that continue. We're still in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we go through it. We shall talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, our conversation continues with the Member of Parliament for Saboti constituency, Caleb City. Do you get what the MP is saying?
I hear what he's saying, but the question that comes to my mind as I'm listening to the Mheshimiwa, well, this is something that has been in my mind for a while. Are we saying that it is not possible to actually get members of parliament who are aligned to the leadership, the executive of the ruling party at the moment, to see the sense in voting in a certain direction? Now, the case in point of Linturi points to the fact that it can happen. They can actually vote. But then it begs the question, if it is alleged that there are certain individuals within parliament who railroad certain efforts, are we therefore saying that we should just sit back and wait until this term, the 5 years, come to an end? Because no matter what is done, MPs who have aligned themselves to the ruling party will never vote for anything other than what they're told by the president. Is that what you're saying?
The worst catastrophe that befell our nation was the tribal balkanization of our country. And that reflects even in the parliament. I will be very open to you. For these members of parliament from opposition, they are very clear that we are voting out Linturi because he carries the highest responsibility for anything that happens in his ministry. Whether he was the one who supplied the fake fertilizer, whether it was in his knowledge or not, but by the virtue that he's sitting at the highest echelon of the ministry, then he bears the highest responsibility. In other mature democracies, he should have resigned by himself. But on the other hand, people are voting for or against Linturi for other reasons. Number one, those who are in the agriculture committee, they have a direct relationship with the minister. So they will find them voting because, this minister promised me something in my constituency. This minister did this and this. Now, those who are from Rift Valley, they were voting for Linturi. Why? Because of Mary Ann Ketan. Because of their previous domestic issues. They were punishing for, harassing their girl. That was what was at play. Now, those from Mount Kenya, they are saying, this is one of our own. We have to protect. So if the voting pattern is like that, then the issue and the content and the pros and the cons of the issues at play now no longer becomes the basis of people voting. And that's, I said, the biggest tragedy. You will not see such a kind of tragedy elsewhere. Probably I could see it also, South African election has some resemblance of what you are going through. You'll find the predominant is Zulus in one supporting one candidate, and the other, you can see the results from South Africa. It's just a clear reflection of what is happening to this country. In US, you'll find you are either a Democrat or you are a Republican. It doesn't matter whether Linturi is from your tribe or is from wherever. It's either you are Democrats have the highest number of votes, or the Republican have the highest number. It's ideology based. The conservative versus the liberals. But here, it's not about the conservative versus the liberals. Our parties are regional, ethnic based. And how it came up from, and that's why I said, and forgive me if I misuse your station to say this, that the clique of people who are brought up by Moi regime, for this country to change, all of them have to go. Because they are the people who have benefited out of tribal alignment. If it is Ruto was with Uhuru at some point. They campaigned together against Kibaki. Now, Ruto left Uhuru. He joined Raila. They campaigned together. Then now, at some point, Mudavadi was with Uhuru and Moi on one side. Ruto was with Raila, Kalonzo on one side. Another election, Ruto is now with Uhuru. Uhuru, whom he left the other election. Now the other guys, Mudavadi left now Uhuru, joined Raila. Now the next election, Wetangula is on Kibaki's side. Now the next election, Wetangula is on Raila's side. Now this election, Musalia is now with Ruto and Wetangula. The same guys who were with Raila. When will this kind of shenanigans stop? It won't. So that's what I'm saying. For this country to ever change, all these people who are around, the only person we forgive to some extent is Raila. Why? At some point, this Raila was jailed. Even when Kalonzo and Mudavadi were in the government, Raila was serving his jail term. He never got to be mixed up in all this Moise thing. But later on, he also left the government, and you can see the kind of changes he has pursued and achieved in this country. If you talk about the new constitution, Raila will be there. Devolution, he will be there. But these other guys, they'll have nothing attached to them in terms of any changes. So that's why we are saying, so as long as
this new leader, who then does not have this influence of the Nyayoism and all, but who has brought them up? It is those that have had the influence of the Nyayoism.
What do you say brought up? Like for me, who brought me up?
You tell us, actually.
No, you are the ones who are saying they have been brought up. So for me, who brought me up?
But you see, that is a plural.
Yes.
And with every pluralism, there are exceptions.
Yes.
You see, how many times have you been elected to parliament?
This is my second term now.
Okay. Now, clearly, whatever it is that you are selling resonates with the electorate in your part of the world.
Yes.
And they tend to agree with you.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
Now, there are many other MPs who have a second term.
Yes.
There are a few who have even a third term. That isn't the issue here.
Yes.
The issue is you're talking about politics at the national level.
Yes.
And you're talking about the influences that shape that politics, and that you're suggesting it doesn't benefit the Mwananchi.
Yes.
We cannot abolish the tribes. They exist. The allegiances that we have, this is the closest to what you call coalitions, what we see here. I would argue that coalitions are a good thing.
They will be there all the time.
Yes, I would argue that having a situation like the South Africans had, where ANC was a monolith that changed everything, and even that has changed.
Yes.
ANC is going to seek somebody to help them have a majority.
Yes,
okay?
Going down.
Yes, so this coalition system that we have, how do we manage it? Because what it appears to me is, yes, we may mention a few big names, but irrespective of who it is, who is their follower, everybody seems to want the same thing. They may want their person in power, but it's so that they can benefit. Not so that the people who elected them can benefit, so that they can benefit. What we're seeing here...
Have they not benefited enough? I'll give you an example of, say, for me, myself. Before I became a member of parliament of Saboti, there was absolutely nothing happening in Saboti. Why? Because people were used to their tribe leader. That as long as one of our own... And by the way, for your information, the history, I'm the first, maybe members of parliament, to be elected by people who are not my tribe. In the history, everywhere in this country. Give me an example.
If we go down history, I can give you examples, but I understand the point you're making.
So the point is, we had a system that has been set up from Moi's time, that Kalonzo belongs to Eastern. Raila tried to traverse the whole country, but we will not delink him from Nyanza. Mudavadi just around Maragoli, Vihiga. Okay, in fact, I don't know why his name even appears, and he has not even a single MP from his constituents. You'll find Uhuru is just central. You see when Gachagua is saying now you have to recognize Uhuru as our leader. You'll find William Ruto, but William Ruto took it by force from Gideon Moi. Rift Valley was by inheritance for Gideon Moi. Ruto took it by force. So we are saying, now it is enough. They must have, even if we are going to maintain the same arrangement of every tribe being represented, but don't we have new players? Don't we have Americans have had a change of presidents after every 8 years? And that's why the country progresses. You can have ideas. See, the way I came to Saboti as a new member of parliament, a different one. Now people are saying we are seeing development in Saboti since the creation of this constituency. We are seeing bursary for the first time. We are seeing schools being built for the first time. Why? Because there was a change of leadership. So even if you maintain the same arithmetic,
actually, it is not the change of leadership. It's a change of a certain type
of a leader. Yes.
Not even leadership.
Yes.
Because the Kenyan electorate are very good at changing the leaders.
Yes.
We do it all the time and with every election.
Yes.
You see, you are not a good example. You're not a good example to give in that, because you represent, if I'm to take everything you say at your word, you are a good example of what you call the exception.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, how is it then that the vast majority of people we see in parliament, if we were to go by the patterns, the voting pattern, the history of voting pattern, is that they will tend to vote with the party that the president of the nation is aligned to?
Yes. But that is if they belong to that party.
No, in this country, even if they don't belong to that party, we have seen people within even ODM who are now aligning them.
Yes, those people, not all of them. Those people who go there, number one. And I always tell people to be very careful in which formation they move in. If you look at somebody like Malulu Njendi serving his third term, this person thinks that even if my constituents do not want me to go with the government, I want to go with the government because I want one or two things from the government to do for me. Even if I'm going home, so be it, because I'm serving my third term. So there are people who knows where they are going. You don't follow them blindly. Maybe they are serving their last term and they know. So when they work with the president, they know they are not going to back to the constituents. Irrespective of what their constituents want, shauri yao. Maybe I'm serving my last. So it depends also with that individuals. Now, there are people who've come from Nyanza, they know if you go with the president, it will be very hard. It will be very hard for you to come back to Nyanza and ask them for a vote. You will not see them in State House. Those who go there, they think, I have some tender I need to do somewhere. I have to be with the president. So if they fell down, so be it, they've made their money. So people come to leadership with their own different agenda. And you cannot use it now to read how the politics of the country is, in my view. There are exceptions, but generally, you'll see people going to the government for a specific reason. If you follow him, you'll be in trouble, because this guy maybe knows very well he'll not come for re-election.
The question City is asking, we see members voting along party lines or along... Party in this country is the owner of the party, the principles of the party. You see people voting along Uhuru line, Ruto line, Raila line, Kalonzo line, right?
Yes.
Why is it that happens? Is it because they lack principle? Or is it because their principles align with the person?
They don't have principle because their voters are aligned to those individuals. If it is Wiper, these members know very well that in Eastern, where I come from, the region is Wiper. You have to be with Kalonzo. So what Kalonzo says have to be them. If there will be a new leader other than Kalonzo, maybe, who will also mobilize Kambas, those leaders will by nature just assume also the same position. It's not because you will find members voting for that finance bill. On the side where they are complaining. But when it comes to voting, they have to vote with their party because they fear the repercussion for the next election.
What's the repercussion? That somebody will make sure you don't
come back because you are not part of their team. Then secondly, the voters will also punish you. You've seen some situations where the president goes, for example, Raila goes to Nyanza, and they tell them, for your vote we will give you. But for this one, we are not going to vote for him as a member of parliament, because you went against your principles of the party. So the problem is the parties we have been ethnicized, balkanized along tribal line. If we had them differently, then we'll be talking a different story.
As an MP, don't be cheated into concentrating on representing your electorate only in Parliament. You must traverse all regions for oversight and legislation. Guess who said that?
Maybe the president?
The president actually said that over the weekend. So it would appear as though he's actually asking, and please note, I said it would appear as though he's actually asking members of parliament to essentially do their job and to go around the country and do the things for which the constitution has then set aside. This is what you're actually supposed to do.
So according to you, what will be a member of parliament from Saboti doing in Lamu, for example?
Have you been to Lamu?
No.
You should go somewhere.
So what will I be doing
nice
there?
Place, yeah.
Well, it's a nice. I'm not saying a bad place. Okay, let me use an example.
Let me tell you.
I was being
another one.
Let
me respond with Lamu.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
There may be a piece of legislation that comes to Parliament that will require your vote, and it will be having a direct impact on the people of Lamu or the surrounding areas.
Do you know how that one is done?
Tell us.
It's through committees.
Okay.
That's why
our committees comprised of members of parliament?
Yes.
So your question has been answered.
But
what would a member of parliament be doing in Lamu?
The question of Ruto is quite in a different context. It looks like you are a members of parliament, you are just roaming across the country, carelessly, helter-skelter,
and what's wrong with
for
that?
No good reason. It's very wrong.
Why?
Why a member, you will leave your constituents? Yes, 2 days ago I was in Kakamega attending a funeral. I had to call the area member of parliament who is in US that I'm visiting your constituents, because that is not my area. If I am found there, what am I doing there? I might be sent by the committee of parliament to investigate on certain matters or to do public participation, a meeting, which is already in line. The president don't need to tell them. It is already part of our laws. It is already part of our standing orders. The president does not have to remind them that you have to move around. They move around anyway. But the context in which the president was saying is that they want to move around campaigning for him. So he wants those members of Rift Valley to be in central, not on public participation, not because they are there on committee or not looking for how housing or flooding has affected them. No, because they are campaigning for Ruto, which is totally wrong.
Mheshimiwa, electioneering is public participation.
Public participation in readiness for the next election.
It is public participation, because when you are selling an agenda, you are seeking to entice the listening public to believe in what you're selling. But let me ask a different question.
When the president now enforces it, what does it mean?
No, he has not enforced it.
Yeah.
He has merely made a statement.
A statement that is obvious. It's like saying for you to be in parliament, you must be elected. As a president, why should you keep on saying that? That's why he said in his context was totally different.
What Eric has said answers your question, but let me give you a different perspective. Why is it then that we must remind the ruling party, the executive, those in power, that we have people from the year 2020 who are affected by floods who have not received help? Why must we constantly remind those in parliament that there are people who these current floods have displaced, and also remind them that from again 2020, because of the problems we had, and in 2022, the problems we had with the drought, that there are people who do not know where their next meal is coming from? Why do we have to remind the Ministry of Education that capitation for schools has not been provided for? Why do we keep reminding people when they know exactly what they're supposed to do, because this is their job anyway?
Yes, but are you sure those cabinet secretaries really know what they're supposed to do? That is an assumption. Some of them do not. Some of them are sitting in those positions, but they are not aware on how to even undertake. You've seen even cabinet secretaries complaining why they are supposed to come to parliament every now and then, because they don't even know that is supposed to be part of their duties, to come and be answerable to members of parliament. And if you look at what the president says, it's different from when you walk to a minister and remind him, this is, you are taking them to your agenda. The president was replying to Gachagua. That's something you didn't want to come up. We know politics. We know how to read politics. The president was talking to Gachagua. He was not talking to members of parliament. He was specifically talking to Gachagua.
So he doesn't actually believe in what he said when he talks about that nationwide representation. What he was basically saying was a rebuttal to what the deputy president had said about to your own concerns.
That's why I said you ought to be nominated to parliament, because you are beyond some of these members. You understand it very well. That is exactly where the statement was directed, not to members of parliament.
There's something big that you said, that we need to start thinking of the next crop of leaders after this crop of leaders that have left. We saw the Kibaki and the independence leaders leaving. The second generation leaders are leaving. Then there's the other crop of leaders that's going to be coming into office. How do we pick out the best leader? How do we pick out a leader who will vote in parliament not because Raila has made a call, or Kalonzo, or Ruto, but will vote because this is the right thing to do. This is the right vote to cast.
If we have ideologically driven parties, right now we do not. If you look at the ANC, why people have been voting for the ANC, because they believe that this is a party that fought apartheid. This is a party that delivered South Africa from colonialism. There is an ideology around ANC, and that's why it has kept, whoever is leading the ANC doesn't matter, because there was an ideology along ANC. If you come to CCM in Tanzania, this is parties that were also linked to colonial fighters, freedom fighters, the Mwalimu Nyeri and the likes. So there is an ideology to that. In Kenya, the parties are individualized, so that if Ruto moves today and forms a new party, all those supporters will move from UDA and they go to that. There is a time when DP, the Democratic Party, was the party to talk about in this country, but because of Kibaki. When Kibaki moves to PNU and the NAC and the rest, that was the end of DAP. So the moment our parties now become ideologically based, then the way the US is, the way the South Africa is, the way the CCM of Tanzania is, I don't know about Uganda, but you can see that's how democracy is. And of course, Britain, you will see now the Labour Party, the Conservative. Why are they the Conservative? They believe in some,
point made. Caleb Amesi, thank you very much for joining us. MP for Saboti constituency, 9 a.m. news time.
It's now 9 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
This is the news. The implementation of the new Football Housing Act. Chief Justice Martha Koome tasked Justices Olga Sewe, John Thigiti and Josephine Mongare to handle the 6 petitions which have since been consolidated. In the case, senators and 7 other human rights defenders have specifically taken issue with the section of the new act that seeks to appoint the Commissioner General of KRA as the director of the Affordable Housing Levy and sections 4 and 5 of the act which impose the levy. On March 19th, President William Ruto signed into law the Affordable Housing Bill 2023, paving the way for the reinstatement of the contentious housing levy deductions. Defense Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has called on Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua to champion the fight against Muga amid a heightening move to ban its sale and consumption. Speaking in Isili, Duale noted that Gachagua has led an effective fight against the consumption of illicit alcohol and drugs, and his input on the taming of the consumption of Muga Muga is needed. The ban on the highly consumed stimulant was first announced by Mombasa Governor Abdul Samad Nasir, highlighting the pervasive consumption of the stimulant drug at the coast, including among school-going children.
I was just looking at some of the leaders on the other side. Instead of them trying to figure out what the problem is, then they try and rubbish our assertions on how much this is truly a problem. We did our own research, about 11,000 girls and 11,000 boys from primary, secondary, tertiary levels, just trying to figure out what is the reason as to why education levels are becoming a hindrance. Of course, there are very many factors, but guess what? One of the factors that is there is when a child tells you, Muga is right outside my school gate. The reason why they say no to it is because 30% of their market is actually that.
Public hearing on the 2024 Finance Bill are expected to continue today for the second week. Parliamentary Finance Committee Chairman Kimani Kuria has criticized those who opposed the bill, saying that through it the government will increase the national income.
Mswada huu ambao tunaongea kuhusu wa bajeti ya 2024-2025 utakapofika, maendeleo ambao yako hapo ni maendeleo ya nchi yetu yote ya Kenya. And that is the conversation we must have. Katika kila shilingi 10 ambazo zinaokotwa katika ushuru wa nchi yetu ya Kenya, shilingi 7 zinatumika kwa kulipa ile inaitwa recurrent expenditure na kulipa madeni. Ile ambayo inabaki kwa shilingi 3, shilingi 1 inaenda kulipa interest ya loans. Ile pesa inabaki ya development ni shilingi 2 peke yake.
Kimilili MP Didmas Baraza has backed up Kimani's statement, saying that the Western region has benefited a lot from the development projects implemented by President William Ruto's government.
Sisi hapa Bungoma, wabunge wote wa Bungoma hapa, tukiongozwa na gavana yetu, we have been on the forefront appreciating the efforts that William Ruto's government has been putting. Na mimi ningependa kuwaomba viongozi wale wa Kakamega wote na wale ambao wamekuwa na mazoea ya kupinga finance bill na kupinga chochote ambacho serikali hii inafanya, kwamba tomorrow if they will begin to appreciate that the government of William Ruto is doing something in Kakamega, they will begin to see that Kakamega has not been left behind.
Presenting their views before the committee last week, stakeholders in various sectors criticized the proposals in the bill, insisting that it will increase the cost of living in the country. ODM has threatened to take action against its members who will attend National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula's meeting today. In a task letter to its members in Kakamega, Busia, Bungoma and Vihiga counties, the opposition party warned that disciplinary action would be taken against the leaders who will attend the meeting. Wetangula has invited the region's leaders for a meeting at his Kabuchai home a day after the president's 4-day tour of the region that was attended by opposition elected leaders. And finally, a driver who was captured in a viral video assaulting a traffic police officer in a road rage incident along Committee Nairobi has been arrested. He was arrested hours later in a house he was hiding in Kayole, Nairobi. Police said he'll be charged with, among others, attempted murder. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Still busy in the city this morning on the coming on Jogo Road out towards Landis. Very busy. Langata Road also still doing the thing this morning. For a Monday morning, things are still moving pretty slowly. Coming towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, it still continues, and on Uhuru Highway through towards the CBD, out towards Westlands, is still going to continue like this for a while. Also looking at traffic coming in heavy off the Thika Superhighway, that was getting better as we see it, but then it's still that whole log of traffic in from Survey through towards the Pangani underpass, and even before that still continues with traffic. Let's see what happens at the end of traffic hour. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Lafiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Look at that. When you zoom into the map of Kenya, you see places that you didn't know exist.
Bana, Kangeta.
Kangeta is in Meru.
Madogashi. Bangali. Did you know there's a place called Bangali? Mutomo.
Mutomo Nova.
Oh, Nova? Okay. Hey, I was going to say Thika, but see, we know where Thika is.
Ikuda. Nova.
My goodness. Tororo.
Tororo.
Here.
You're pressing
in Uganda.
You're pressing there.
It's in Uganda. It's on the border. It's just past the border.
It's past the border.
Sare.
From the Bungoma side.
Sare.
Sare ndio hiyo tulikuwa tunambua sahi hapa nani.
Kainuk.
Ehe.
Kalemgunorok.
Uko juu.
Juu kabisa.
Kainuk.
Ngururunit.
Uko juu.
So it's very easy to create a fictitious school.
I'm telling you, you can
just
say
need
anything.
to say it is there. Kainuk.
Karunit. Ngrobobit.
And put it in names. Hey, my God.
And put it in names and have it in a.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Welcome to the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday. Kenya Revenue Authority reminds you that, well, if you had some tax that you were supposed to have paid by the end of the year 2022 and you hadn't, and then it accrued interests and penalties, you can have a conversation. They are waiving the interest and penalties, so you only have the principal to pay. Okay? But this, you have to apply for the amnesty program. So there's a tax amnesty program that's going on with KRA. They've actually said, all right, we can do this. It's contained in the last year's budget where they said you can waive the tax, the penalty and interest for those that have arrears on principal, but then work out how they can then pay the principal. Bottom line is, they had tax to pay. They didn't pay. They want to pay. Let's collect the tax, bwana. Interest penalty, blah blah blah. But then you've got to do that by the end of this month.
Yeah.
30th of June. How do you do that? Go to itax.kra.go.ke.
Yes.
And then
there are 6 steps that you follow, and then you basically click on the first tab, which tells you about debt and payment, right? And then after that, it will lead you through all the different things that you need to do. And at the end of really a very short time, you're done, essentially, really. And if you have any further questions, you can log on to www.kra.go.ke, or you can pick up the phone and dial 0711 099 999.
Sawa kabisa. A lot of stuff has happened over the weekend. Iko masiasa mingi hapa na pale and all, and we'd like to just get down into it. That's why we're joined by Fanyamambo Kinuthia. He's been here many times before. He's a lawyer. He's a political activist. He has participated in elections before, you know, as an aspirant. Good morning, Fanyamambo.
Good morning to you.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
City has the day's proverb. This week, the proverbs are from
the Republic of Gambia.
All right. And you told us the capital is?
It's Banjul.
Banjul. And the president is?
The president of the country is called Adama Barrow.
Adama Barrow. Okay.
That's his name.
All right.
He has a vice president.
One.
Just one.
Okay.
It's called Muhammad B.S. Jallo.
Muhammad B.S. Jallo.
Then he has a Speaker of the National Assembly who's called Fabakary Jatta. Then now he has a Chief Justice. This name is interesting, called Hassan Bubakar Jallo. So I asked, man, this Jallo name. That one, yes. We have
it's a common
in this
name.
country which are common. Yes.
Like Kinuthia.
Like Kinuthia. I was thinking Kamau.
Okay, the proverb?
the proverb. Never mind how ugly your nose is, so long as you can breathe through it.
Never mind how ugly your nose is, so long as you can breathe through it. Right. Kennedy, what's your interpretation of this?
I think for some of the critical things in this life, it's about functionality rather than their aesthetics. If it functions, if it serves its purpose. I mean, there are many other parts of our bodies that don't look really good, but they serve a very important function. And if they closed up, then we'd have problems. So it's the same thing with the nose. It's closed for 2 minutes, you don't have oxygen, you're dead. In life, I think sometimes it's not always about how good you look or how good something looks. It's about it performing its function. But it's coming from the Gambia, where I think we have a problem of buying 100 SUVs for people who are coming for a one-day event and then they go away. And each was like $150,000. That was crazy. So it was, if it is them, then we are deeply worried about getting proverbs from them.
You forget.
Somehow you seem to assume the proverb also cost money.
I love that. I love that. I love that.
Mambo, a lot of stuff is happening right now politically in the country.
Yes.
And those who are wondering, what are we seeing? Are we seeing what we ought to be seeing, or are these smokes and mirrors that we are looking at? Look at the headline, for example, in the Standard today. Gachagua in yet another thief of a military helicopter. So he did not attend the Bungoma national celebrations aboard a military helicopter, as we have gotten used to seeing a deputy president doing, because he had not applied for one. Alikaka assume, boss.
Do you know who I am?
Boss. You had not. Then we see the deputy president himself now for the weekend coming out and speaking. And speaking yesterday in Laikipia, where he's saying there's a direct attack on our people and an attempt to divide our people. And we should not accept to see other people being used to come and be the ones who are dividing our people. What's happening? What's going on?
Number one, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is the Deputy President to William Ruto that William Ruto was to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. I remember Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta complaining about his deputy and telling his deputy, usifanye tanga tanga. And his deputy would do the opposite. Telling his deputy, let's go this direction, BBI, and the deputy would do the opposite. I think Kama is that thing they say it is. And so it's coming back, and we are in a very interesting place because now the president is getting the deputy who he was to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And I think he should just take lessons from Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and just learn how Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta handled him when he was deputy. Is the same way he'll handle his deputy, because now there is a child born who has learned from Ruto School of Politics and how to be a good deputy. And he took his lessons from his boss, and now he's implementing his lessons that he learned when his boss was deputy. Remember...
What has Rigathi done that you can say he's doing this?
Nothing bad. All the good things that the president did when he was deputy are the good things that Deputy Rigathi Gachagua is doing.
For example?
When President, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, when President Ruto was the deputy, he aligned himself with some MPs. And he went around Mount Kenya campaigning for his 2022 presidential bid. Rigathi Gachagua has aligned himself, and apparently he's also campaigning in Mount Kenya, I don't know why, and seeking the sympathies and love and hope of Mount Kenya. So he's just doing what his boss did, only that he's doing it during the first term. I think he's a quick learner and he's a quick implementer of lessons. So he's doing it during the first term, but he's doing exactly what his boss did. Yeah. And him not getting a jet, this is a symptom of a problem. You know, sometimes when we have typhoid, we keep getting tablets to treat the headache, but the reality is that we have typhoid. So missing the jet is a symptom of a disease. Let's not deal with symptoms. The real disease is that these people are not together. They are not agreeing on anything. And this just begun. The gloves will be off soon.
If not yet.
Not yet. They are not yet out. When they come out, we will know.
Okay.
Yeah, it will be so clear.
When the deputy president then goes back to Mount Kenya and says, we are being divided, we need to come together. In fact, I really sincerely apologize to Uhuru for what I said and did about him, and we now need to work together. Do you think his words are landing on soft ground?
To start with, some of us would have wanted to refuse to listen to him, and would have wanted to refuse to forgive him. But the Kikuyus have a saying, yani, you're beating someone as you draw them back towards home. When you have one of your own, even your own child, you don't take an axe and beat him with an axe. You look for a whip and then you whip them, but as you whip them, you're still bringing them back towards home. Mount Kenya does not want to lose one of its own. We may not have agreed on a few things, but we are beating him as we return him back home. We are not beating him as we expel him away from home. He's one of us, and we will forgive him because he's one of us at the right time, but we shall bring him back home because he's one of us. The only condition that has been given to him by us and the entire Mount Kenya region is that if Mount Kenya is going to unite under him, it is not to unite under him so that he can deliver us back to William Ruto, because that's where now the point of departure will be. If he takes Mount Kenya back to William Ruto, he will go on his own and he'll be surprised at the ballot. So he just better needs to know that if he's ready to unite Mount Kenya, he better be willing to unite them behind himself or another king, hata kama ni Kalonzo, Natembea, whoever, or himself or even Munya or somebody else to go for the presidency. But we are not backing him up and supporting him so that he can take us back to William.
Take us back? Are you saying the Mount Kenya has left William Ruto?
Yeah. Not has. They left a long time ago. And
Mount Kenya has left William Ruto.
My friend, let me ask you a question. Right now, there's a lot of demolitions happening in Nairobi. I don't know whether you've noticed that rivers are only in Mathare, Korogosho, and areas where, unfortunately, when the destruction happens, all those people tend to speak a language from Mount Kenya. There are no people living on rivers in Kibra. There are no people living on rivers in Kangemi. There are no people living on rivers in places where the Mount Kenya language is not spoken. And so demolitions are not happening there. There is a calculated, and we are thinking, why are we trying to reduce the population of Mount Kenya in Nairobi? Because I haven't seen a river in Kibra where people have built on that river. I haven't seen a river in Kangemi or in other places where the Kikuyu language is not spoken, where people have been evicted from. So, and that is a problem. That's why you're seeing Akuya making noise. That's why you're seeing the deputy president making noise.
Let me ask you a question. Let's just go back.
Yes.
River.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
It existed. Okay?
Yes.
There's a word I keep hearing, riparian land.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
I am told we're not allowed to build there, irrespective of whether it is River Njoro, it is River Mathare, or River Korogosho, whatever that river is.
You're not supposed to build there.
Well, you're not supposed to build there.
Yeah.
And then some people build there. Okay? And you say, if I'm to go by your word, there are people who speak a similar language. Okay, why don't we go back a little bit and ask ourselves a fundamental question? These people who speak a similar language, are they also the people who are perhaps the most populous in the country? Are they also the people whose rural areas are nearest to the city of Nairobi? Are they also people who are always considered to be some of the most enterprising people in the country, people who will see opportunities where others are sitting back and staring at the opportunity and doing nothing about it? Now, so by the time we look at this background, before the floods, they were still living there. It is the floods that have brought up this issue. And the issue wouldn't be a big issue if people are not dying. People are dying, and so the question of, they live here. But the question is, how did they get to live there in the first place? They were not supposed to have been there. Who allowed them? Because they had to be allowed.
I don't think the problem is that from where I sit. The problem is...
I'm actually not calling it a problem. I'm giving it a background. And I'm saying that what you're saying emanates from the background that I am actually pointing out to you.
That someone allowed them to come here.
Yes. Yes, and I'm saying...
And was that someone also being selective in that only the people who speak this certain tribe are the ones who are going to be...
No, it may not be so. It may be that these people who are perhaps more enterprising and understood the opportunities better than the others. They understood the rules of the game better. I'm simply saying this. I'm not denying that what you're saying may not be true. That's not what I'm saying. What you're saying has been known to be done before. So it cannot be that if you say that it is what is being done, that it is not true. That is not what I'm saying. I'm actually even not going there. I'm simply saying that if you want to look at a situation for what it is, what you're telling us is just one perspective. That really is what I'm saying. It is not the only perspective. It is one perspective. Yes.
Awesome. I agree with you to the extent that it is one perspective. All I am trying to say is I wish I could take you to specific places in Kileleshwa where certain petrol stations had been brought down, and now they've been brought now properly on top of the river, not even the 30 meters. What Kenyans have a problem with is the selective demolition.
I know the place.
Yeah, you know the place also.
I know the place very well.
The selective demolition is what is a problem. Because if this demolition was not selective, if it was happening in Kileleshwa, in Lavington, in every other place within Nairobi where something has been built on a river, then it would be seen to be sensible. Then the other question is this: the floods had just come to an end. Why do you want to destroy somebody's house at 5 p.m. in the evening and leave them to sleep outside in the cold, and the floods have just come to an end? This administration went around this country saying how they had given jobs to 120,000 youth. Have we forgotten? And those 120,000 youth had built 200,000 houses. The clips are available. Oh, they were on land cruisers. They told us how 200,000 had been built, 200,000 houses had been built. They told us how 120,000 jobs had been created in the process. Now we are begging. Only 5,000 people needs houses. Can we take the 5,000 out of the 200,000 and give to these displaced people? Because these houses were built on taxpayers' land. They were built using taxpayers' money. So we just come and say there's affordable housing. The administration has already pronounced itself and declared a number, 200,000. Sasa mbona hatupati 5,000 kwa hii 200,000? We first house these ones, and then after that we can remove them once we get an alternative place for them. Did they get the 10,000 that were promised as well?
It's mathematics.
And it's a fair point you make.
So, are you saying that that's the reason why Kikuyus left Ruto?
No. Many other reasons. And the other one is KRA.
What does that mean?
Look at this taxation and what is happening. And I challenge every Kenyan to go to other parts of this country and see whether there are disputes between KRA and those people. The people of Mount Kenya are complaining every day. These tax agents are brought to your place like, I don't know, musketeers, and they make life impossible for you. You're not able to do business. They come give
you... I'm talking about the group of people who were created specifically we are told to conduct public participation so that people could understand the issues of tax.
No.
The ones who have a uniform.
Yes, and they are brought by buses to the market, and anytime they come to the place and everybody closes their shop, because these people will give you tax problems dating back 3 years.
They're only going to Mount Kenya?
Yes, they are. For now, we are yet to see complaints from other places. If they were going in other places, okay, let's just say this. There's only complaints from Mount Kenya. We haven't seen other people complaining that these people have come to their shops.
Why?
Because these people haven't come.
If they had come... Is there more tax evasion in Mount Kenya?
Do you think you would do such things in Kisumu and get away? Do you think that you would pour that bus in Kisumu, go around like that, and by evening there's no demonstration? What we are saying is the reason the other places have not revolted is because they have not experienced it.
Yeah,
if they had experienced it, they would be revolting.
Come on,
my friend, I'm telling you the truth.
No. This is an assumption. It's not a fact.
No, let me tell you. That's one. Now, let's go to the finance bill again.
Okay.
That's another thing that for us now is a pain. And I know I was talking to someone the other day. I was telling them, I like the way Kenyans are treated to a dangling carrot. Now there is this 10 bob on bread that I believe was put there deliberately.
There's 10 bob on bread?
Yes, the extra. You know, there'll be extra taxation on bread, and it's going to amount to 10 shillings.
So the bread was what price, and now it's what again?
It's going to be 10 plus. You know, it depends on which bread you take, but whatever bread you take, you know, some take it brown, some take it, I don't even know there's unleavened. Others use it for...
Yes, there's olive bread, there's whole wheat.
So, but the kawaida one that costs the Kenyan about 55 shillings will go to about 65. And I knew that had been put there specifically so that Kenyans can complain about it. In fact, the first people to hype it were people from this same administration when they were saying bread causes diabetes. And I thought that was genius. Now...
But it doesn't.
But they told us. But
it doesn't.
You see, this when several people meet up.
So because of bread, Mount Kenya people have left Ruto.
No, because of that bread. This is what I'm coming to.
I want to stick to this one.
You see, we are looking at the finance bill. And what will happen, this is being waited for. Just when it's about to be passed, they'll come in Land Cruisers the way we know them, Kenya Kwanza, and sit on top and say, hii mkate ndio imeleta shida, hii ndio inawasumbua, tukitoa hiyo finance bill iko sawa, ndio. And they'll remove the 10 shillings on the bread. But they are forgetting something has been hidden in there. And one of them is that cooking oil. And I want you to read the finance bill. Cooking oil is going to be increased by 130 shillings per litre. 130 shillings per litre. What that in effect will mean for those people who are in the mutaa, chips muitu will become more expensive. Mandazi will become more expensive. Ile chapati inapikwa kwa mtaa will become more expensive. Even the bread itself, because there is no baking without cooking oil, will become more expensive. So these are some of the things. It's a very simple optic. Make bread, hype it, and then come and say, we have removed the problem. You said you don't want tax on bread, and people will clap, but hide 130 shillings.
I think you're mixing very many issues.
No.
I think so.
What am I mixing?
Mount Kenya people have left Ruto because of finance bill proposal on bread. Because of demolitions in Mathare.
That's demolitions. Yes. Number 2, the finance bill is targeting ourselves. And I've told you, because when you see exemptions, people. That's scary. When you read the part on exemptions, that a vehicle carrying sugarcane will be exempt from road levy. Where does sugarcane come from? Why not a vehicle carrying avocado? Why not a vehicle carrying tea and coffee and milk and macadamia and all the things that come from Mount Kenya? Those ones are not exempt. But a vehicle carrying sugarcane, which we don't have, I wish we did, that one is exempt from road levy. So we are seeing all these things, and we can see from where we are. Look, hata sitaki kuongea mambo ya Mogoka, I know we'll come to that.
Well, while you are at it, this basket has many things. Throw Mogoka in. Just for good measure. I see no reason why we should leave Mogoka out.
But are they isolated? Are they unique to Mount Kenya, all these measures?
To a great extent, yes.
I mean, and when I listen to this, I remember 3 years ago, the same Mount Kenya complaining about the same things and saying our man Uhuru is causing us this, and that's why we're going to Ruto. Am I wrong?
Remember the issue of the containers?
Yeah,
talking about
the people who are supposed to be from Kirinyaga Road and what have you, and
I am happy they are demonstrating.
Kirinyaga Road people are complaining that Uhuru has done this to them. The milk and coffee farmers are complaining. The tea farmers are complaining. They wanted minimum guaranteed returns because Uhuru has completely obliterated their market
and taken the whole milk sector to himself.
Sijui what business has gone where. There's so much development that's happening in Nyanza. What happened to us? Same Mount Kenya were complaining about tax by government and saying that this government is overtaxing us, and that's why we are abandoning Uhuru, going to Ruto. Now you're saying the same people are saying the taxes are too much, we are abandoning Ruto.
Let me remind you something.
So the common denominator here is
48% of Mount Kenya did not vote. You remember there are 8 million Kenyans who didn't vote. It's about 52% of Mount Kenya that voted. 48% did not vote. Because this 48% first did not believe that any of those two candidates would have made a good president for Kenya. That's why they did not vote, by the way.
They told you this?
Yes. They stayed at home. I mean, you abstain. They stayed at home.
That's saying something.
Yes.
It's a message.
Now, this 52% who voted were what many Kenyans have given an interesting name, because they gave us voters who really looked like, members of parliament who really looked like them. And that's why sometimes they come and say crazy things like, someone tells you that bread causes diabetes, but you can understand it's the limitation of the understanding. And so these people gave us such leaders. And now those leaders are the ones who are in charge right now. And they are making all sorts of decisions that look like the 52% that voted for them. And so now it's a good time for us to come, now the 48% who did not vote, to tell this 52% why in the first place they didn't vote for this administration, and why they felt that even this 52% chose for them all the wrong leaders, especially members of parliament.
Let's take a break. It's 9:30. Fanya Mambo Kinuthia is our guest. We're talking about the politics of the country and what we are seeing unfolding. What does it mean?
This is the Situation Room. the only way to start your day.
They say when someone you love becomes a memory, the memory becomes a treasure. It is in these moments you need a partner who will celebrate the memory of a loved one in a special way. Berur FM, in partnership with the Standard newspaper, is giving you a combo offer.
For years, Kenchik has been your go-to for top-notch chicken. But now, we've got something new cooking up. Ken Beef. Tukona beef. Made from grass-fed, tender and flavorful beef, Ken Beef is the perfect choice for all your beef cravings. And to tell you just how good it is, we have Mercy, who will try it for the first time.
His sosini moto, the explosion of flavors. The juiciness. It's unlike anything I've ever tasted before.
Mercy says it's full of flavor and different from anything she's ever tasted. She now has only one choice when it comes to beef sausages. She says it would be great for a power breakfast or a quick snack. She says, what are you guys waiting for? Get Ken Beef now at leading supermarkets. From beef sausages, beef burgers and vulvas. Ken Beef. Choice ni moja. Taste ni noma.
The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi, they'll continue through the day with highs of 26. And we're looking into cloudy Nyeri, going to highs of 26 as well. And into cloudy Nakuru, we'll see highs of 25 coming down to lows of 14. Into Eldoret, it's clear at 13 with highs of 25, and Mombasa is cloudy at 25 with highs of 31. Malindi will see highs of 31, where it's cloudy at 26. It's clear in Kisumu at 20 with highs of 30, and Kakamega at 17 is cloudy, going to highs of 30. Kampala is clear at 19 with highs of 29, and Dar es Salaam at 25 is partly cloudy with highs of 32. Johannesburg is clear at 10 with highs of 15 and lows of -1. And Mogadishu at 26 will see highs of 32. Addis Ababa sunny at 15 will see highs of 27, while Lagos is cloudy at 25 with highs of 31. 31 will also be the high in a clear Kinshasa at 23. Looking into Beijing, Monday afternoon is sunny at 31, and Paris is cloudy at 10 this morning, with London cloudy at 13, and round things off in New York Sunday night cloudy at 21, with highs of 28 and lows of 19.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
All right, coming towards the end of traffic hour this morning, as folks basically getting where they need to go, but still a little bit here and there, looking just at Nairobi and coming off of Thika Superhighway, that still continues for some time, just at that Pangani underpass. Most parts fizzling out now, and Langata Road, which was quite troublesome today, a little bit of that left as you go towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout and out onto Uhuru Highway. Through the day, let's talk on Spice FM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
26 minutes to 10. Our conversation continues with Fanya Mambo Kinuthia, who is a politician. He's here with us in the studio.
Okay, so what does this all portend? At the end of the day, when we look at the country as a whole, it looks as though they are just, underlying conversations being had, and that the health and well-being of the country is never really considered. When it talks about functioning systems, we're just talking about big personalities in politics and who wants to say what to get on the right side of the ego of the other. What does the country come in here, if ever it does?
You see, everybody wanted to be able to live a good life. People wanted to be able to buy a white dress for their daughter and a tennis ball for their son if they wanted. But we are in a country where taxation has become way too much, and the spending power of Kenyans has been gravely reduced. And so people are disillusioned, and people feel as though, people had put in a lot of hopes in the elections for those who voted, and they had been told about bottom up, and they had
who voted for those who are now in power.
Yes, and they had been told that I mean, a lot of things will change, and those who are poor will become rich. And then there was something called bottom up. I think the wheelbarrow is now upside down, and so on and so forth. So it is the disillusionment right now that is coming from life having become harder as opposed to having become easier that Kenyans are facing. And then the anger now, it becomes even worse when we sit here and we are told, first, do not do ethnic balkanization. And we say it's fine.
What on earth is ethnic balkanization?
That's what they've been telling us, that you should not have Limuru 3, you should not have meetings for Kikuyus only, you should not be having discussions about a particular region.
But how is that balkanization?
When we think about it, balkanization began in government. When you come and see that it is possible for people to sit in the energy sector and speak their mother tongue and understand each other, the top management in the energy sector in this country, then that is ethnic balkanization. When you start employing people from specific regions and giving them all the plum jobs, that is ethnic balkanization. So before you tell us not to do Limuru 3, let us have a conversation about us not having one sector in this country where the top management can speak their mother tongue and understand each other in a board meeting.
Are you aware you are talking about the history of this country in that statement you just made?
That is the history Kenya has been trying to break away from.
How
so
hard
the least that this government should
because-
have done is to come away from that history.
How hard have we tried? Because when Kenyatta 1 was in power, this you didn't even need to look far to see the balkanization. Kiambu here, it's on the corner. Okay? 7 ministers. Here. Not too far away. Moi came in, what you're saying, we saw it happening. What I'm trying to tell you is this. People who are in power, who are supposed to end what you're saying, never end it. They just talk about it. But if you break this thing down, okay, as you say correctly, you look at a ministry and you see too many people of a certain community. Well, you will find that even now with a different government, that there are certain departments of government, certain parastatals where you'll find certain communities, depending on who the leadership have been, who are like in large numbers. It's a situation that we have. But let me just tilt that conversation ever so slightly. You see, what you are saying holds some truth to it. But if it were the deputy president who was president and you had a ministry where there were people who spoke his language, would you be complaining?
We should be complaining. And every other Kenyan has a right to complain, even if the right people don't complain, because this is not the way to govern a country. This is not the way to lead a country. But what's most painful is not even that. It's the wastage of taxpayers' money. When we see the lavish lifestyles that some of these people are living, the kind of cars that they are buying within such a short time, the wristwatches we are seeing, the belts they are buying for hundreds and thousands of shillings. And when we see someone tell us that they took a 200 million shilling jet and then they changed on national prayer breakfast and tell us it was 10 million and then say it was a donation, that wastage of public resources. We are paying taxes, we are working so hard to pay taxes for people to waste those taxes. I think that cuts across the country, whether you are Kikuyu or Kisii or Masai, you're not happy to see the money that you have worked so hard to earn being spent lavishly by people who, and that's not the reason why we were paying taxes in the first place. And if you ask me, someone comes to a national prayer breakfast, which I think for me to start with should not have happened. And then the reason I say should not have happened is when you read the Bible or the Quran, prayer goes with fasting, not feasting. I think they missed the spelling. Prayer goes with fasting, not feasting. So I saw people in a 5-star hotel taking a five-course meal, eating gluttonously and saying they are praying for us. And us for whom we are being prayed for were not invited. I mean, every other poor person, Madara is just across the road. The people who had been left homeless are watching that they can't fix a meal. And the people who put them in that problem are there eating a 5-course meal in a 5-star hotel. That was a big mistake. So that national prayer breakfast should not have happened in the shape and form it happened. During campaigns, these people are going to churches and kneeling before bishops to be prayed for. You mean our parliament could not have fit in one of those churches, but they've already disparaged some of the bishops. Bishop Margaret Wanjiru had turned her church into a UDA headquarters, even branded the altar. I think some of these prayers would have been done in some of these places. And it is true, because they are all there, the photos are there, you can see she had branded her altar with all those things. So there has to be a way in which we have to say that it is wrong for you to spend millions of taxpayers' money eating and dining and laughing at Kenyans who are poor and impoverished in the name of prayer breakfast. And then now you decide, okay, Silvanos Osoro is going to lead praise and worship. Adan Duale is going to read the Quran for us. And Kenyans are looking and saying, wait a minute, what is happening to this country? But now, worst of all, we take that podium. And just after prayers, we look at Kenyans in the face and we tell them, my friends gave me money for this jet and it cost 10 million. And the question I ask is, forget even the legal bit, because the law does not allow for someone to receive a gift of more than 20,000 in declare. Now, I like speaking as a Kenyan, not even as a lawyer sometimes. And as a Kenyan, I ask, where were these friends when we could not pay for school feeding program? Where were these friends when where were these friends when we were being taxed for affordable housing? They would have given money. Where were these friends when there was floods and we needed money to host our people? Where were these friends when we had absolutely no money to pay our doctors? Where were these friends when we had no money for capitation for schools? But we have them. Unajua kufaya kwa dhiki ndio rafiki. But now when you have Faraja and you are going to the US, suddenly these friends appear and they have 10 million to give you. I think those are the wrong friends that Kenya does not meet, and we need to know what their names are so that we declare them public enemies. Friends of this country are people who should have given us money for school feeding. They should have given us money for doctors when doctors were on strike and our people were dying in hospitals. And people just think it's a doctor's strike. We lost so many Kenyans during that period. You come, you can't get attention, and you die. So where were these friends?
We should dictate what our friends give us.
No, what you are saying is we don't need such friends.
If somebody...
the kind of friend who buys you a beer on Friday but cannot buy you a packet of Vunga,
you've been told it's
lose that friend.
But it's the government of the UAE. Are you saying that the government of the UAE has not donated anything to this country?
Whoever that friend is, they have become the kind of friend who will buy you 5 beers but cannot give you a packet of rice to take home to your wife and children.
And they have donated other things in other causes in this country.
Which ones? I have always asked Kenyans.
So you just go and find out.
No. I have always asked Kenyans. And because now it's on the backdrop of that trip. I have seen roads you can say this has a Chinese name to it. I have seen so many pieces of infrastructure that have a Chinese name to it. Our good friends, the Americans, the one thing I have seen is feeding of refugees. Kenyans are yet to see a road, and the 481 kilometers was promised to Kibaki anyway. It was promised to Uhuru anyway, has been promised to. This trip was about Haiti, and once we are done with Haiti,
Kenyans are yet to see a road?
Huh?
Kenyans are yet to see a road donated by America?
Yes.
But there is an HIV and AIDS program which the US has funded in excess of $8 billion US.
And it's ongoing.
As we speak. And it's not just for HIV, it's also for what?
Blood
Malaria.
donation.
Yes. In opportunistic diseases, meaning it is a donation that takes care of any aspect of healthcare. And they give it to date.
My friend, I am deeply worried about countries that are more concerned about our health than anything else. Because we have seen... There's a reason why I'm saying this.
And I want you to tell us about... Don't think about doctors on strike.
Yes.
Doctors on strike is about our health.
Fund our doctors. Don't give us your vaccines and your medicine. Help us be able to generate our own. There's a reason why I'm saying this. You've seen the campaigns that the Catholic bishops have been having against certain drugs in this country.
It's vaccine.
And vaccines especially for girls, and what that has meant for this country. We appreciate the fact that they are helping us in combating HIV and AIDS. But if you ask us as a country, we would tell you that some of the things you give us today, later once research is done, we regret using them. You have seen what has been presented. You've seen what has been presented to the president of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, about the specific vaccines by our doctor here. Just need to remember his name. We go to the same church. And it's been Dr. quite Wahome. Big. Dr. Wahome, precisely. And Museveni is saying, thank you for immunizing me against these people. So we are careful, and everything we get from the Americans, we take it with a pinch of salt. Because eventually we end up regretting having taken those things. Let them give us a road, we won't regret a road.
Like which one?
anything goes into our body. Right now, you've seen they are trying to come up with digital birth certificates where something is injected into your body and then you don't need, you're doing told it's a paperless birth certificate. Why do you want to know where our children are, wherever they are roaming on the globe? Yes, it is.
My friend.
I'll get you.
Umeshuka uko kwa floor sasa. Yani.
Yes.
Umeamua now.
Okay.
So for us, we are careful.
No.
We are careful.
Even as you talk about being careful, be factual.
I am factual, and I'll share that with you.
If you're factual and say that research has shown, for instance, that the kind of support that the HIV program has received from the American government has led to X disaster or X negative impact, right? Any piece of research that is showing that, then you can say that let's be cautious. If any research you have shows that the government of the UAE has never donated anything towards any particular program in Kenya, not in disaster response, not in famine response, not in education, not in health, not in education, particularly in the northeastern counties. If you've got anything that shows there's nothing else that has come, it's only 10 million shillings for a jet, then you can say, wanakununulia pombe ulewe na hawezi kununulia chakula ushibe.
No, let's get it factually and truly. I mean, the government, and the president did not say it's the government of the UAE. He said it's his friends.
State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed released a statement.
But remember, clearly, the chief government spokesman insulted us on the same.
Immediately after the president went back to State House after the prayer breakfast, Hussein Mohammed released a statement and said it's the government of the UAE.
Hussein Mohammed, you've been a friend of the media for a long time. And if you're listening to me, let me tell you one thing. Please, can you try to put your house in order so that we get only one communication about something? We've had so many twists and turns about this trip. About first that it was cheaper, then it was cheaper than KQ, then it was given by friends, and then it was given by UAE, and then it was 10 million, it was not 200 million. Hussein Mohammed, you're a good friend of this country. The best thing should have been... No.
I'm being sincere.
It's leading towards this.
Yes, exactly.
What they should have done is given only one communication, because by the time even the government spokesman was ranting and insulting Kenyans in such a bad tone, in fact, the way he spoke and he used...
How did the insult come in?
My friend, you need to check out that clip, because I don't even want to say some of the things he said on TV. My mouth, I usually make sure it's very clean. And sometimes
you're talking about Maura.
Yes, Maura. And he said, tunauliza maswali ya kipuzi. And I thought, when I pay my taxes, when I ask where my taxes are going, that's not a stupid question.
You're entitled to the question.
That is a valid question.
Okay.
And the people who pay Isaac Mwaura are we, the Kenyans. In fact, if we take away that message from his mouth, because we have put it there as Kenyans, he's the chief government spokesperson. But what he carries is the message, not the people. And he needs to know that we are the sovereign.
So he's saying that when we, his employer, are asking questions, we have a right to ask those questions, and he should not stop. He should stop telling us that they are nonsensical.
Can you imagine you telling your boss, "Yo maswali unaniuliza ni ya kipuzi," because we are his bosses, literally.
I can imagine, but I can also imagine the consequences.
Now he knew there are no consequences with Kenyans and telling us things.
But Fanya Mambo, let me ask you this question. We've touched on very many issues here, and again, it is what we would like and what we would wish.
Yeah.
Are we saying that people who assist this country by virtue of the association they've had with the country for the longest time, that friendship is forced upon us, or is it a friendship that we have chosen?
I think we need to understand one thing. When you read the Constitution, I think 243, I need to confirm, it talks of what is national priorities. And one of the first things that is a national priority to Kenyans is the state security, and then they follow from there. I don't think a state visit to another country was a national priority.
Why?
And I don't think that would have been the best place to first put our money.
By the way, a state visit is you're invited. You don't invite yourself, eh? Just that you understand.
You are invited.
You can decline.
You can decline.
I agree.
So you wanted us to decline?
Not decline. I mean, what had happened to Kenya Airways?
Okay, bro. Okay, let me answer you.
It's still doing 15 hours to that place.
Yes, it's doing, but let me answer you by asking a question. Do you know how many of our Dreamliners were actually operational at the time the president was supposed to travel? Do you know whether the Kenya Airways fleet, as we know it, was able to even meet just its regular demands, as opposed to putting one plane specifically for the purpose of taking the president to America? I am asking you this question because to answer it, you need to ask yourself why KQ may not have been the first choice.
I have an answer. Then we fire Kipchumba Murkomen. He's the Minister for Transport. And if he can't make KQ work, he should resign. It's that simple. I mean, I have not seen other countries.
KQ has been having problems long before Kipchumba Murkomen became Minister for Transport.
Yes.
In fact, the problems were worse before Kipchumba Murkomen became Minister for Transport. And
are you saying because he didn't fly KQ, then he should not have gone to America?
I am saying that there are many other presidents who've done visits to other countries by not hiring foreign jets.
I'm hearing you saying that this was not the right time to do a state visit.
I'm sure even Tanzania.
Or he could have used a cheaper option.
I'm sure even our neighbors Tanzania would have been happy to lease us a jet anyway. This is calculations I have done for people. I have always said this. A Boeing 737. Let's just get to the figures.
Because I heard you say that this was not the right time to do the state visit. Are you saying that it was the visit itself was a problem, or is it the mode? What is the issue?
The cost was the problem.
The cost, the 10 million.
No, it was taxpayers' money.
Yeah, the 10 million taxpayers' money.
No, it's not 10 million.
How much is it?
Initially, they had said there's 200 million. The problem is we have an administration that even confuses us.
Who said it's 200?
Every day we have something new from the same government. I will not be surprised if tomorrow they change and say it was 5 million.
Who said it was 200 million?
First, you see, I'm an ardent follower of news locally and internationally. And if you remember, on international news, on almost every other channel, it was aired that the president spent $1.5 million on his trip to the United States. And that's the cost of that jet. And any other person who has access to a mobile phone can Google how much it costs to lease that jet. That is what it was coming to. The next step was the United States government disowned and said we did not finance this trip. So now the onus was on the Kenyan administration to tell us.
No, excuse me. No, they did not. It's not they didn't finance the trip. We were talking about the aeroplane, and that's what required clarity.
The rate.
Yes. They said this plane you're talking about us. We did not.
It was not us who did this.
It was not us who paid for this. That particular trip to America, let me start again. It was by invitation now. You do your homework and find out when there's a state visit and you're invited. That host country, in this case America, what do they actually fund? Do you know what they fund? Or do you know what they don't fund? Now, to understand that is what would now make for a good argument or a good discussion. So we know we are not paying for everything. So then the question is, so what were we paying for?
Well, they were definitely not paying for the transport.
No. I'm asking the question, so what were we paying for and what were we not paying for? Because there are things we were not paying for.
I made it very simple, and I told Kenyans, a Boeing 737, which is what used, has 162 seats maximum. If it is loaded maximum.
This one is not
a normal passenger one.
This is not a normal passenger plane.
No, I'm just saying. Let me make it easy for you. So if today you wanted to fly to the US one way right now and you book a ticket, it's about 120. 120,000 times.
During which season? Because the
if you book right now. No, I'm just saying just now. Because this is the season for the trip. The total, if you do the math, it will be about 20 million hiring the whole Boeing 7037 of KQ to the United States. So if they had taken the whole of it and just carried the 32 passengers if they wanted, it would not have cost us more than 20 million one way. That's the simple maths.
Are you saying that what you're saying here, if I can help you, is that there could have been a cheaper option that was taken that should have been used? It didn't matter that you had friends or whatever, that a cheaper option could have been used to get to the US for the state visit.
And those cheaper options have always been there.
Okay.
Yes. They've always been there.
In light of austerity measures and where the country is at this point.
Austerity measures are for you and others, not for government. Government is not doing austerity measures. Look at the number of new vehicles they have bought, large V8s. In fact, the National Prayer Breakfast was like a display of those vehicles, 32 million, 30 million.
I think those vehicles are many.
I mean, it's like they are for free and they are so expensive. You sometimes look at the prices online and you're bewildered.
Does the government pay duty on these cars? Because if they don't pay duties, they're not that expensive. I'm just asking, guys.
Still, to the taxpayer who is not able to fix 3 decent meals a day, it's a problem.
I'm in agreement with you there.
Yeah.
Absolute agreement. Mm-hmm. In fact, I was of the view early on in the morning that this fanfare we had in Bungoma should not have taken the place, the manner in which it did. Because that vulgar display of wealth and pomp flies in the face of everything that is good in this country. Because when you look at people, as you say, who can't even afford a meal, people who don't even know where they're going to spend the night, no, that doesn't balance out. No, it doesn't.
Fanyamambo naona umejam sana. We had some guys here from Ken Beef by Ken Chick. Yeah. And we're talking about now they're going into meat. And so we'd like them to. Ednah, iko nyama? Yeah, watch out. Letea Fanyamambo kitu.
Shukishe pressure bwana.
Mimi sina pressure.
Indege memletea Fanyamambo mingi sana bwana.
Mletee sausage ya beef. Yes, she's cooling it.
At least the good thing is, one, I'm not a public officer.
So that you know, this is a free gift.
So I can accept gifts because I'm not a public. And then there's no sausage worth more than 20,000 anyway. So I don't need to declare.
Where is it, Ednah? Wametelewa? We forget about them, these guys.
They've gone again.
Who knows where they are, man? We want this beef. Anyway, Fanyamambo.
Yes.
As we look at what's happening in the country right now and everything, what do you think that Kenyans ought to be keeping their eye completely on? Not get sidetracked by whatever reason, but just keep their eye on something.
Only one thing, the finance bill. Number one, any person who campaigns for the finance bill is a public enemy. Any person who does not decampaign it. So it's not just campaigning it. If you campaign for it, you are an enemy of the public. If you do not decampaign the finance bill in its shape and form, unless it is adjusted completely and thoroughly, you are an enemy of the public. Any person who will pass that bill, any person who will go to parliament and pass that bill, is an enemy of the public. Anyone who will abscond the voting on that day for that bill, hata huyo ni adui ya wananchi. Anyone who will celebrate in any way, shape or form, even if we see you smiling because it passed, you're an enemy of the public. And anyone who will not be sad in case it passes is also an enemy of the public, because you're supposed to be sad if it passes. And finally, anyone who will not join us in celebrating it in case it fails is also an enemy of the public. That is what Kenyans need to keep their eyes on.
All right. Then keep your eye behind you. There's some ladies here from Ken Beef by Ken Chick. Hi, ladies.
Hi, and hi to the chicken as well.
And this guy is a chicken. This is the cuckoo with the beef. Karibuni sana. So yeah, earlier this morning we were talking about tuko beef, Ken Beef by Ken Chick. Choice ni moja, taste ni noma. So you can serve our guest here, Fanyamambo.
It's called Fanyamambo.
And tell him what this is. What is that?
And by the way, it's not his nickname. That is his name.
That's his name.
Fanyamambo.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
his first name.
Hey, boy, Dio.
Hot dog ile. Hot dog ile. Hot dog ile. Ile hot dog ile. Patia ndo.
Kenya akikula alafu.
Patia city.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is Burvos.
Thank you very much.
This is Burvos.
Okay, very good.
Let's eat it, don't we?
Asante sana.
Eat it.
In maridadi kabisa.
Oh, wow.
And this is the Ken Chick. Now the Ken Chick guy has become Ken Beef from this point going forward.
Oh.
Ken Beef by Ken Chick. Asante sana. Go say hi to.
Careful. Yes. Right.
How is it? It's nice.
A bite should do the trick.
You're right. Okay, so Ken Beef by Ken Chick. If you want some bacon, sausages, beef, minced beef, Burvo, Those ones, if you want some biltong, available across the country in all shopping centers across the country, all major retailers across the country, you'll find them. This, and you'll find the logo is clear. It is Ken Beef by Kenchik. How does it taste, Fanyamambo?
I love it.
Tamu, Mzuri.
Ikapando yuko kwetu Daguli. Does it grow?
Yeah, it grows. It grows on chicken.
Plant it in Daguli.
Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. Asante sana for joining us. And of course, a big thank you to all our friends at Ken Beef for supporting us. Thank you, ladies. Tumenjoy. Tutakula. Asante sana. Have a good one. It's a minute after 10.
It's now 10 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Few days tutawatangazia